West, like you heard a million times, it's the best of the best. Toe-to-toe matchup that you know what it means. QB's ready to be putting bullet passes through your dreams. 4 teams from each conference, the East and the West. Top tier athletics, never giving you less. The West, it goes. And you see Majestics, Rebellion, Bandits, Elite, serving their opponents the taste of defeat. The East is no slouch, and you know what I mean. You'll be asking for more, please. Panthers, Phoenix, Prodigy, Glory. This the beginning of somebody's story. Fans up, hands up, 9 Cup. Fans up, hands up, 9 Cup. Fans up, hands up, 9 Cup. Fans up, hands up, 9 Cup.
The mission of the WNFC is to accelerate equity for women and girls through the power of football. Thank you for having our back and sharing our love for the game. To learn more and stay connected, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Threads, X, TikTok, and LinkedIn. We'd like to extend a special thank you to NFL Alumni DFW. The NFL Alumni Association is dedicated to serving former players, their families, and communities through a variety of programs and initiatives. NFL Alumni DFW's support of the WNFC Championship weekend is a testament to their commitment to advancing the game of football and supporting the next generation of athletes. Their involvement not only enhances the experience for our players and fans, but also strengthens the bond within the football community. As we celebrate the talent and achievements of our athletes this weekend, let's also recognize the invaluable contributions of NFL Alumni DFW. Thank you for being an integral part of the WNFC Championship weekend and for your continued support of women's football. We'd like to memorable and meaningful championship weekend. We'd like to extend a special thank you to our official helmet sponsor, Riddell Sports. As a leader in football helmet technology, Riddell is dedicated to protecting the athletes who give their all on the field. From advanced padding to the superior fit, Riddell helmets are an essential part of the WNFC, ensuring our athletes are safe and ready to compete at the highest levels. As we gear up for an action-packed day of championship football, we are proud to have Riddell Sports by our side. Get ready for an unforgettable day of football, brought to you by Riddell. This weekend, we're proud to partner with 3 incredible charitable organizations that are making a profound impact in our communities. Got Her Back, Play Like a Girl, and Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Got Her Back is dedicated to empowering and supporting young female athletes, providing resources and opportunities to help them pursue their dreams. As the official charity of the WNFC, their mission aligns perfectly with our own commitment to accelerating equity and success for women in sports. Play Like a Girl is an organization that inspires girls to dream big and pursue careers in STEM and sports. By encouraging young girls to stay active and engaged in athletics, Play Like a Girl is helping to shape the next generation of leaders and innovators. Mothers Against Drunk Driving is a champion for road safety, advocating for policies and programs that prevent drunk driving and support victims of this preventable crime. Their work is crucial in creating safer communities for everyone. As we celebrate the talent and passion of our athletes, let's also recognize the incredible contributions of Got Her Back, Play Like a Girl, and Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Together, we're not only making strides on the field, but also in our communities. The mission of the WNFC is to accelerate equity for women and girls through the power of football. Thank you for having our back and sharing our love for the game. WNFC football is led by CEO Odessa Jenkins, President and COO Elizabeth Jenkins, Commissioner Janice Masters, Head of Officiating Desiree Abrams, CFO Kristen Davis, Creative Director Aaron Hargill, Head of Coaching Development and Resources Cindy Butts-Hooten, and Head of Production Bo McMichael. Thank you to our front office, owners, general managers, coaches, officials, and volunteers for all of your work to elevate this game. We'd like to extend a special thank you to one of our official sponsors, Dallas Slingshot. This weekend, Dallas Slingshot is providing their incredible slingshot vehicles for our championship players and all pros, adding an extra touch of excitement and style to the
got some space, got a couple holes, beats all the defenders, and she's all alone. She's gonna take it to the house. 20, 10, touchdown, Silver Stars! And that is how you answer.
This weekend, Dallas Slingshot is providing their incredible slingshot vehicles for our championship players and all pros, adding an extra touch of excitement and style to the festivities. These 3-wheeled roadsters are not only a thrill to drive, but also a symbol of the celebration and recognition of the hard work, dedication, and talent of our top athletes. You'll see our standout athletes riding in these eye-catching vehicles all week long, thanks to the generosity and support of the Dallas Slingshot. We'd like to extend a special thank you to one of our official sponsors, Dallas Slingshot. This weekend, Dallas Slingshot is providing their incredible slingshot vehicles for our championship players and all pros, adding an extra...
And that's going to be thrown out to the side. It's going to be caught by Diana Holmes, and she's going to push out the field. She's going to go all the way down to the opposite 40-yard line. Nice beats all the defenders, and she's all alone. She's going to take it to the house. 20, 10, touchdown, Silver Stars. And that is how you answer. I get back. Bushman has the ball. She looks downfield. Instead, she's going to toss it. She's going to lob it up deep, and it's caught all the way down to the 22-yard line. Catchy. And she She is in. She looks towards the end zone again. She's going to take it up herself to about the line of scrimmage. Now she hugs it towards the end zone. Wide open. It is a Spartans touchdown.
Left, wide open space and blockers in front of them. Taking the corner down the sideline.
Move out to the outside. Look
Cuts
way
it back
downfield,
inside.
but a bad pass.
Block.
And that is going to be
no flags
intercepted,
on the play,
it looks like, by the Spartans, and it will be. It's ruled a pick. Ready for the ball, and she will hand it off straight up the middle. Thomas. Thomas has some space. She's going to move all the way up to the 40-yard line. She's going to take it down. Shut it down. She snaps backwards. She's going to look to the air. She's going to throw to the corner of the end zone. Over top the defender, and it's going to be another touchdown. A beautiful throw. Bushman, they're going for it on fourth. They have confidence. This ball is going to be lobbed up, and it's going to be picked. And now the Rebellion looks to go the other way. It's picked off by number 10, Katie Claxton, and she pushes it all the way up to about the 40-yard line off the interception. Her down snap. She receives the ball. She looks to move it deep. Instead, she's going to take it herself, but then tries to throw it in the line of scrimmage, and it's picked. The Spartans have the ball back again, and they look to return it all the way down the sideline. She pushes past the 50, and then she's taken down at about the 45 of the Rebellion. Ready on third down. She looks deep again, but there is some pressure back to Bushman. Bushman now lets it go, and it's picked. And now all the way back, a possible pick six. She gets the step on the edge, and she's going to go all the way. The Rebellion
with the interception.
have all the way gone down to pick 9 for the Rebellion.
She's got a chance.
A flip of this game.
She avoids another.
And now is immediately pressured and taken down the backfield.
Impossible to tackle down the sideline.
No way.
The 30, the 21 to beat Ashley Clark, the quarterback.
They look to go downfield. That ball's thrown deep. Wide open downfield is number 20. She's going to get by the defender and into the end zone.
She drops the shoulder and runs through one defender and
ready for the snap.
Stiff arms another and
on first and 10.
She has it. She looks to pass again.
She's going to look down the field on the right side. She's wide open. It's a touchdown. The Rebellion have made it 21-16 before the extra point. Attacking situations like this. Instead, she's going to give it to Yarborough again, but a flag is up in the air. Yarborough completely demolishes a member of the secondary in the Rebellion.
Able to wrangle it, looking to dump the ball, gets it away with a shovel pass to Kate Lewis, who's got space, makes a cut, has a block,
going to be a touchdown.
Gets to the sideline and is brought down.
What a catch! Trainer now ready on the 2nd and 10.
Snap and handoff to the right. AG looking to cut back to the left. She's got some space. Got a couple holes. Beats all the defenders and she's all alone. She's going to take it to the house. 20, 10, touchdown, Silver Stars. And that is how you answer.
Out to the left side, deep. Receiver will catch it. And that's number 6, Brandon Young.
In the pistol formation. Here's the snap and the handoff to the left. Wide open space and blockers in front of them. Taking the corner down the sideline. Cuts it back inside. An excellent block. No flags on the play. And that
Moves to the left side, and number 4 is going to get the handoff to the outside, finds a lane, and she has a wide lane that number 88 is going to miss, and G4 is down the road, hitting the 20-yard line, and she's going to make it, doubles at the 10, but she is in the end zone! Touchdown!
First play of the game, how exciting!
Wow!
She just broke the field through a vertical route.
Right. So it's going to be a pass. Oh, nearly broken up, but somehow caught by number 42 for first down.
Probably the worst thing that could have happened to Atlanta.
Snap, kick is blocked.
Right. Gonna take the sack.
See, ball still on the ground.
Man, that was five.
And it is 30, 40, 50, 45, 40,
This is a play
30,
right here.
25, 20, 15, 10, 5, and in the end zone.
Again, Coach.
earlier. They hit that.
There it is, right there. Down, cut it back. Down at the
and overthrowing Mars Everhart with the interception.
Oh, look
she
at
gets
this.
out of the tackle. She breaks a couple more. She's got a chance. Floor can't get her down. She avoids another.
Wow.
Mars Everhart, impossible to tackle down the sideline.
No way.
The 30, the 21 to beat. Ashley Clark, the quarterback, takes her down.
Unbelievable. Another first down. She'll be taken
Backfield,
down.
not Rambo. Here's the snap, and it's a keeper. She drops the shoulder and runs through one defender and stiff arms another and walks into the end zone for a touchdown.
All right, Falcons are
Throw
going
it.
for 3 points.
Going to be intercepted.
And Maddie Murphy says, yes, thank you. Right over the
Woodard on the
defender.
interception right there,
She just
so.
plucked it out of the air.
Mary Woodard, number 12 right there. I understand.
Phillips gets the high snap, able to wrangle it, looking to dump the ball, gets it away with a shovel pass to Kay Lewis, who's got space, makes a cut, has a block, gets to the sideline and is brought down.
There's the throw downfield, and it's caught by Saunders. That's a first down. 10 after 50. 5 in there again, Coach. There's the stretch play to Walker. Nice run. No. Olivia Griswold said no thank you.
Here's the snap and hand off to the right. AG looking to cut
Woodard's
back to the
gonna
left.
drop,
She's got some
looks
space,
throws,
got a
steps
couple
up the
holes,
pocket, flips
beats
it
all
out.
the defenders, and she's
That's
all
a
alone.
great job.
She's going to
Robo's
take it to the
inside
house.
30, cuts back at the
20,
25.
10,
Taken down, out of bounds. It's going to be a face mask.
Silver Stars. And that is how you answer.
He walks into the end zone right there, Coach. Fourth down right here. Brown's going to take it. Drop. Throw it down the field. Wide open. Caught. 10-5. Touchdown. It's picked up down the right sideline. Here's the snap. Out of bounds. At the 30.
Here's the snap and handoff to the left. Wide open space and blockers in front of them. Taking the corner down the sideline.
Throw it down the field.
Cuts it back inside. And
Landry catches it 35-30. 25-20. Cuts it back 15. Be taken down at the 10. As soon as the play is over, Brown takes the snap. Looking down the field, scrambles out, going to throw it deep. Pass is caught.
And she is down the road, hitting the 20-yard line.
There's the give right there.
Double to the 10, but she's in the end zone. Right touchdown.
First play of the game. How exciting. Wow.
Throw the slant. It's caught. Down for a first down right there.
So it's going to be a pass.
There's the snap.
Nearly broken
He's
up.
going to take the shot. It's going to be caught. Timeout, right? Same formation. Brown drops.
Collins right there with time for the ball.
He is going to be sacked.
Blocked. You'll see ball still on the ground.
50, 45.
And
Run out of
it
bounds
is
at the
30, 40, 50, 45, 40, 30,
edge.
25, 20, 15, 10, 5, and in the end zone.
There it is, right there.
Overthrowing Mars Everhart with the interception.
Gets outside of Diamond right.
She gets out of
First
the tackle.
down,
She breaks a
all
couple
the way
more.
down to the 28-yard
She's got a chance.
line.
Floor can't get her down.
Angel drops.
She avoids
Throw
another.
it. Maria Jackson is wide open at the 15, down
Mars
to the 12.
Everhart, impossible to tackle down the
Snap,
sideline.
no way.
The 30,
Ball's on the ground.
21 to beat. Ashley
It's picked
Clark,
up.
the quarterback, takes her down.
Unbelievable.
40, 45, 50, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, down to the 15-yard line.
And runs through one defender and stiff arms another and walks into the end zone for
Looks
a
down the middle of the
touchdown.
field. Regina Jackson, touchdown.
All right, Falcons are going for 3 points.
There's the snap, and Brown takes the drop. He's going to fire it into the corner, and it's caught. It is caught. That's Nix, number 13, catches the ball.
Able to wrangle it, looking to dump the ball,
Angel's
gets
gonna
it
take the
away with a
snap.
shovel
He's
pass to
gonna try
Kay
to step
Lewis,
up in the pocket,
who's got
and
space,
she's gonna
makes
be
a cut,
sacked.
has a block, gets to the sideline and is brought down.
Things went sideways. And there's the throw down the sideline, and it's caught.
Oh, wow.
That's up to the 20-yard line. Somebody makes an incredible play down here. Bell takes it, going to rip it down the middle of the field. It's caught by Landry. Landry will get down inside the 30 to the 29.
Got a couple holes. Beats all the defenders, and she's all alone. She's going to take it to the house. 20, 10, touchdown, Silver Stars. And that is how you answer.
15 to 14.
Sideline, it gets intercepted.
Pass is intercepted by Joel.
Back to the ball by the official and hand off to number 4, Gabriel. Tackle. And she's going to go all the way to the end zone for a touchdown.
She's aiming for Lopez. The ball is going to be picked off by number 85 and tackled immediately.
Motion. Take it. Going to throw it right in the middle of the field. Wide open touchdown. It's coming.
Looks single side. Wants to go over the top. And throws it to the wrong person. That ball is intercepted by the Rebellion inside the 5. Oh, and it's cleaned up inside the 5.
Woo!
Cleaned up on aisle 9.
Pressure off the edge. Takes the shot down the sideline. Caught and out of bounds.
Final play at half point with the Falcons foul. Looking, lobbing, and that's intercepted! And that's what we were hoping it wasn't going to happen! To the 20, to the 10, are you kidding me?
too many people want to be dictators of their kids. Like, I think a lot of people do that because they trying to live what they made mistakes in. They trying to avoid it through their children, but you can't. So when your children do something. I think somebody talking on the radio.
Got the edge and she is gone. Playing against her head. Touchdown! Rebellion. Leader relaxes off his right side, takes it to the out.
Official went off to number 4, Gabriel. Tackle. She's going to go all the way to the end zone for a touchdown.
Aiming for Lopez. The ball's going to be picked off by number 85 and tackled immediately.
Take it. Going to throw it right in the middle of the field. Wide open touchdown.
It's coming. Looks single side. Wants to go over the top. And throws it to the wrong person. That ball's intercepted by the Rebellion inside the 5. Oh, and it's cleaned up inside the 5. Woo! Cleaned up on aisle 9.
Good chip block. Takes a couple of tackles. Caught. Got a chance, cuts it back.
Out of bounds.
Taken down just shy of the 25. What a bell-check run for Ravens game.
Lobbing, and that's intercepted. And that's what we were hoping it wasn't going to happen. To the 20, to the 10. Are you kidding me?
This one goes into the end zone. He's got one to beat. It's Frisco. Quarterback power, and the ball is going to come out.
There. All right, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for the good old-fashioned 9 Cup here. Got a little power issue across the world in Frisco, Texas. Somebody said it's too hot. Ow! Get myself out of the pool. Definitely too hot. 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Getting ready to start. We're about give or take about 40 minutes away. Glad to have you with us. I'm going to bring Alex and Craig in here in just a minute. Glad to have everybody with us. We're going to get things started here shortly. Glad you have joined us across DAZN and Caffeine TV. Sit back and enjoy this great matchup between the Texas Elite Spartans taking on the Mississippi Panthers. We'll be right back.
The mission of the WNFC is to accelerate equity for women and girls through the power of football. Thank you for having our back and sharing our love for the game. To learn more and stay connected, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Threads, X, TikTok, and LinkedIn. The mission of the WNFC is to accelerate equity for women and girls through the power of football. Thank you for having our back and sharing our love for the game. To learn more and stay connected, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Threads, X, TikTok, and LinkedIn. The mission of the WNFC is to accelerate equity for women. We'd like to extend a special thank you to NFL Alumni DFW. The NFL Alumni Association is dedicated to serving former players, their families, and communities through a variety of programs and initiatives. NFL Alumni DFW's support of the WNFC Championship weekend is a testament to their commitment to advancing the game of football and supporting the next generation of athletes. Their involvement not only enhances the experience for our players and fans, but also strengthens the bond within the football community. As we celebrate the talent and achievements of our athletes this weekend, let's also recognize the invaluable contributions of NFL Alumni DFW. Thank you for being. We'd like to take a moment to recognize and thank the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation for their incredible support. This weekend, the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation is proudly powering the Got Her Back charity dedicated to empowering and supporting female athletes. Got Her Back is all about celebrating the achievements of women and girls in football, providing resources, and creating opportunities for young girls to pursue their athletic dreams. Thanks to the generous backing of the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation, we're able to host a range of impactful events this weekend that inspire and uplift women and girls in football. Their commitment to fostering growth, development, and success for female athletes aligns perfectly with the mission of the WNFC, and we're honored to have their support. Thank you, Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation, for helping us create a memorable and meaningful championship weekend. We're excited to bring you all the action streaming live on Caffeine TV and DAZN. Whether you're here in the stands or watching from home, you won't miss a moment of action. Caffeine TV and DAZN are premier platforms that bring sports fans closer to the action with high-quality, real-time streaming. Their commitment to providing an exceptional viewing experience makes it possible for fans around the world to join us in celebrating the best in women's football. Thank you for tuning in, and get ready for an unforgettable day of championship football, brought to you live on Caffeine TV and DAZN. This weekend, we're proud to partner with 3 incredible charitable organizations that are making a profound impact in our communities. Got Her Back, Play Like a Girl, and Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Got Her Back is dedicated to empowering and supporting young female athletes, providing resources and opportunities to help them pursue their dreams. As the official charity of the WNFC, their mission aligns perfectly with our own commitment to accelerating equity and success for women in sports. Play Like a Girl is an organization that inspires girls to dream big and pursue careers in STEM and sports. By encouraging young girls to stay active and engaged in athletics, Play Like a Girl is helping to shape the next generation of leaders and innovators. Mothers Against Drunk Driving is a champion for road safety, advocating for policies and programs that prevent drunk driving and support victims of this preventable crime. Their work is crucial in creating safer communities for everyone. As we celebrate the talent and passion of our athletes, let's also recognize the incredible contributions of Got Her Back, Play Like a Girl, and Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Together, we're not only making strides on the field, but also in our communities. This weekend, we're proud to partner with 3 incredible charitable organizations that are making a profound impact in our community. We'd like to extend a Head of Officiating, Desiree Abrams. CFO, Kristen Davis. The mission of the WNFC is to accelerate equity for women and girls through the power of football. Thank you for having our back and sharing our love for the game. WNFC football is led by CEO Odessa Jenkins, President and COO Elizabeth Jenkins, Commissioner Janice Masters, Head of Officiating Desiree Abrams, CFO Kristen Davis, Creative Director Aaron Harville, Head of Coaching Development and Resources Cindy Butts-Hooten, and Head of Production Bo McMichael. Thank you to our front office, owners, general managers, coaches, officials, and volunteers for all of your work to elevate this game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready for the 9 Cup? I know I am. Let's get started.
We in the thick of it, the East and the West. Like you heard a million times, it's the best of the best. Toe-to-toe matchup that you know what it means. QB's
Brown
ready
steps
to be
back.
putting bullet passes through your dreams. 4 teams from each conference, the East and the West. Top tier athletics, never giving you less. The West, it goes. And you see Majestics, Rebellion, Bandits, Elite, serving their opponents the taste of defeat. The East is no slouch, and you know what I mean. You'll be asking for more, please. Panthers, Phoenix, Prodigy, Glory. This the beginning of somebody's story. Fans up, hands up, 9 Cup. 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 We in the thick of it, the East and the West. Like you heard a million times, it's the best of the best. Toe-to-toe matchup that you know what it means. QB's ready to be putting bullet passes through your dreams. 4 teams from each conference, the East and the West. Top tier athletics, never giving you less. The West, it goes. And you see Majestics, Rebellion, Bandits, Elite, serving their opponents the taste of defeat. The East is no slouch, and you know what I mean. You'll be asking for more, please. Panthers, Phoenix, Prodigy, Glory. This the beginning of somebody's story. Fans up, hands up, 9 Cup. Fans up, hands up, 9 Cup. Fans up, hands up, 9 Cup. Fans up, hands up, 9 Cup.
I guess that means our time right now. Alex, Craig, go ahead and put those headsets on. Let's get started and talk a little bit of football. I mean, it's total chaos in the world that we live in. That's part of the rules. Alex, Craig, gentlemen, welcome to the pregame show. So glad to have both of you with us right now. Gentlemen, how y'all doing tonight?
Doing wonderful, Bo. How are you?
Buddy, I mean, we are, you know, everything happens so fast here in the WNFC. We talk about week 1, and then boom, we are already at the 9 Cup in Frisco, Texas. I am so excited about being here and bringing this to everybody across Caffeine TV and DAZN. It's going to be a blast. The nice thing is, hey, we get a pregame show and a halftime and a postgame. We can talk as much as we want and have that. So, gentlemen, with this in mind, talk to me a little bit about these 2 teams. I mean, it is bananas thinking about these 2 teams facing off. Again, we had a chance to watch their highlights, and I'm gonna bring their highlights up right now, okay? And I'm gonna make sure we don't hear this right. You get to see it right now. This is the last time these 2 teams played. Craig, talk to me about what your experience was with this game.
Yeah, this was a game that Texas dominated. And, I mean, the game, it was one of those things where Texas dominated the stats. They dominated up front. They did everything they could to win the game except win the game. And they had ample chances to win the game, and it came down to when Texas was trying to, you know, salt the clock away late in the game, a bad snap that was returned all the way to like the 18 or 19-yard line, and, you know, then Brown hits Jackson in the middle of the end zone for a touchdown, then hits Natalie Nix for the 3-point conversion and a 15-14 victory for Mississippi over Texas, but let's not get it twisted in any shape, form, or fashion. Texas dominated the game.
Okay, Alex, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, it was one that I ended up watching back on the replay because I was calling other games that night, but it was an exciting game from start to finish. And
Buddy,
like Craig
you were
said,
a kid in the candy shop, man.
We were at halftime.
And you kept coming in going, hey, what's the score, man? What's the score? So don't give me this, hey, I had no involvement in this game whatsoever, man.
Well, we were at halftime when we came over, and Mississippi ended up having that score, the three-point conversion heard around the world. But it was exciting when I went back and watched it. And Craig was right. It never really felt like Texas was not in control throughout the course of the game. I mean, it was close, 7-6 for a while. As you can see, Texas ended up going up 14-6 in the third quarter, and they really felt in control the whole way. And then we talk about it so often in the WNFC and in all the other things that we do. The quarterback center exchange is an operation in the game that is so overlooked in terms of its importance. Everyone just assumes it's a given thing that it's going to happen and be clean. And that ended up being the difference in this one. It was the bad snap when Texas had a chance to ice it away, returned by Cassidy Winter all the way back to, as Coach said, into the red zone. And then, 2 plays later, and all of a sudden Mississippi has a lead, and they, shock the world and deliver the first loss in Texas history.
All right. Going down to this matchup right now, getting ready for this game, the 9 Cup, about to hand it over in about, give or take 20 minutes to the talent on site here at the Star. Overall-wise, how much do you feel like the rule changes have really affected the game itself here for the WNFC? Alex, go ahead and go first.
Well, the big rule change is the pick 9. It's the most important rule change. It's the best rule change in all of sports, in the history of all sports, in my opinion. Defensive scores are worth 9 points. It's been awesome to watch. We've seen a number of 12-point plays this year in the league as a result of that new rule, and also the new 3-point conversion from the 10-yard line in the WNFC. So those 12-point plays are huge momentum swings, and Craig and I have talked about it a lot. It completely changes the math of the game whenever you think about am I down 1 score? Is it 2 scores? Like all those kinds of things. When you do the traditional math of football, it completely throws all of that on its head, because you think under normal circumstances, okay, it's a 1-score game or whatever it is. But then a defensive score flips that entire script around, and it adds such an interesting dimension to everything that I love as a defensive guy. And I think the biggest thing that I think that it does is it changes the way that offenses call plays, especially late in games and especially late in the first half. We've seen it a couple of times this year where normal play calling is still adhered to at the end of a half, where a team tries to press the advantage and be aggressive when they're down, and it ends up biting them because a pick 9 goes the other direction, and all of a sudden you're down at halftime when you should have been up. And so I think that the longer that the pick 9 rule is in the league, the more we're going to see these offenses adapt to that and be not necessarily more conservative, but more cognizant of the fact that I don't want to make a mistake with the football in those situations, because that 9-point swing is devastating for an offense.
Definitely understand that. Craig, talk to me about these 2 flag football champions here going into 9 Cup weekend. We had an opportunity to witness 2 champions. Talk to me a little bit about the Tropical Twisters. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Twisters came out and just dominated. I mean, and it started early. There was an interception on the first drive, and from that point on, they basically just decided that the other team's offense, they didn't score. The other team's offense did not score a point. Their 2 points came from returning a point after attempt for 2 points, and it was a dominating performance for the Tropical Twisters. They pretty much did what they wanted to do on offense. But their defense was outstanding, and that's what, vaulted them to the championship.
All right. Talk to me a little bit about what Denver needed to do to take care of business.
Yeah, and then Denver, they really used their defense
early on in the game. It allowed them to jump out to a 19-0 lead on Texas, and they were able to control the underneath passing game of the Texas Elite Spartans. And then they hit a couple of big plays themselves, and they jumped up 19-0, and then they held on. As basically what happened. They scored 19, and then they put the offense into the run the clock mode, and Texas was able to have one short drive in the second half, and then their second score was a much longer drive, and that was what allowed Denver to run the clock out. They got a first down on a penalty in the last drive, and then two running plays, kind of salted the victory away. But it was a great game. The WNFC Flag Football Championship game was an exciting game to the end, and if we get anything like that in this game tonight in the 9 Cup, we'll all be happy.
Yeah, we will. We will. I mean, talk to me a little bit about Mississippi's trek, Alex, to the championship. Go ahead.
Well, they did something that no one in the history of the WNFC has been able to do. They beat the Texas Elite Spartans. You can see there in week 3, they had that 15-14 victory, which we've talked a lot about. But not only that, they had a murderer's row of a schedule. They play out of that Central, and so they had to play. If you look at that schedule, every single team on their schedule, with the exception of the Houston Mambas in week 2, those are all playoff teams, and they beat them all. And they beat them all in relatively convincing fashion. That Kansas City score looks close, but it really never felt that close in the game. Kansas City just kind of hung around, but eventually they were able to put them away. That playoff game at the first round was a lot closer feeling than that 30-25 game did. But even then, Mississippi really felt like they were in control most of the way through. And then the remainder of their schedule, it really wasn't close. Denver and Atlanta never felt in doubt, and they were able to win by 3 scores. Houston, again, another one that they were able to shut out and get 3-score victory. And Washington in week 1 was a dominating performance to set the tone for what was going to be a dominating season for the Mississippi Panthers.
Man, you're just laying it out there like that. I like that, man. That's good, man. Good indeed. Now, Craig, talk to me a little bit about the Texas Elite. They have not lost a game until this year, and that's okay right now. I mean, but it's all about who wins the last game, not necessarily if you lose any other games in general. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you look at their schedule, the 48-0 game with Kansas City, that was over early. Mm-hmm. We got to do the Denver-Texas game, and that was a 14-7 game until about.
Y'all were like kids in a candy shop on this one.
But Denver.
It was a good game.
Denver has a great defense.
All right. So, but I will say this. Okay, I'm interrupting you, and this is what I get in trouble for across the boards right now. So you got Denver and Mississippi,
mm-hmm.
and then what changed?
Well,
After Denver and Mississippi.
You didn't let me get to the point where they opened up a Christmas present and Brittany Bushman showed back up to play quarterback.
All right.
And then, you drop 44 against Houston. Then you get a bye and you get Houston again and you score 34 more. And then you go to the playoffs and then when you get to the playoff, you play the first round of the playoff game without Bushman.
Right, because based on work-wise, it's 21-14. It was a very intense game.
Mm-hmm. But it was against a legit opponent.
It was. And we enjoy Seattle.
Yeah, okay. Seattle is one of my favorite teams, always has been.
It has.
But
I like
then
that.
When you go back and look at the San Diego game, that's a 4-point game. San Diego scores late. And then there's a 3-minute stretch of football that, I don't know if anybody will – ever want to comment about it, because we watched the end of that game. You had all kind of things that went haywire for both sides, but Texas has had to do something this year that they've never had to do since their the inception of the WNFC. They've faced adversity. All right, normally they're beating people by 4, 5, 6 touchdowns and rolling on with it. Now this year they're more battle tested, and I think that they've got a huge Texas-sized chip on their shoulder heading into the night, and that's one of the reasons why I think they will end up defeating Mississippi. I think it will be
okay, man.
late.
We haven't asked for predictions.
I understand that. I'm just telling
you, buddy. Just hang in there, man.
I can't, man.
And you got to put the seatbelt on, buddy. I mean, when you're dealing with this right here, I mean, who wants to argue with this right here? I don't.
They have the best skill set in the league.
I know, and I understand that. And then you got this right here. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better matchup between two for a league to say, hey, we're going to get this right now ready to go across the board. Alex, you get a chance to chime in right now for both before I go on and give you a curveball for both of you gentlemen. Go ahead.
What am I chiming in on?
You're chiming in on, I mean, you only had a chance to really talk about Mississippi. Do you want to talk about Texas?
Well, Texas, I think, but you obviously can't understate the importance of Brittany Bushman being back, the two-time MVP, and, you know, coming out of retirement to come back to the Texas Elite Spartans. And we saw what happened when she came back. They've been rolling ever since. But I think what's more important to the Texas Elite's success is their offensive line play. They have been outstanding all year and for the past 5 years on the offensive line. And you need look no further than the Week 6 game when they were without Turbo Thomas. She's been outstanding all year, and they were without her in Week 6. So they gave the bulk of the carries to Destiny Yarborough, and she just went out and ran for 200-plus yards. So you put in a new running back who is normally your fullback, and she just goes out and follows that offensive line that is probably the best in the league and goes for two bills. It's their rushing attack is the difference maker in a lot of their games. However, the Mississippi Panthers have one of the best defensive fronts in the league, so that matchup is really the matchup to watch in this one, I think.
I agree. Absolutely agree. All right, so
I know. When I get silent,
I
like
was
that,
waiting.
I
was
buddy,
about to start talking, man.
I know. You did a good job, buddy. You did a good job. All right. So, I mean, we talk about the change in the rules here. Talk to me about the rule changes. Alex, go ahead. Don't go on a tangent. Just stay focused.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it back in, man. I mean, we've seen highlights. We've posted on Caffeine of all the the Title IX touchdowns on defense. What is your overall thoughts? I know both of y'all have your own differences, but just you got 15 seconds on the clock. Go ahead.
Well, pick 9 rule is the best new rule in football. Done.
All right. Craig, go ahead, buddy.
I like the ability to go for 3 from the 10-yard line.
But when you heard these rules to begin with, your thoughts were, Alex?
Pick 9, best new rule in football. Done.
Alex, I'll say this. Alex was like, this is a great rule. And, you know, to me, when I heard it, the first thing I thought of was
I didn't know how it was going to play out.
Yeah,
man.
I didn't know what it would be. And we heard it from a standpoint of it was the rule was introduced. We all heard it, and we all went, man, that's new. But we didn't sit down and think about the
12-point play.
Yeah, we didn't think about the.
We didn't.
We didn't think about the way it changes. Alex mentioned it earlier. The way it changes how you have to call offensive football in situational plays. So now tonight, let's just say that, you know, it's a 7-6 game, and we're right before half, and Mississippi has to punt the ball to Texas, and Texas is getting the ball to start the second half. You know, you can run the clock out now because you're getting the football back and not feel the stress of having to try to, you know, push the football down the field, because in the past, if you were down 7-6, you're trying to push the ball down and get a, you know, give yourself a shot with Wiseman to get a field goal, maybe take the lead going in a half. But that specter of throwing the football out, and it, you know, it doesn't even have to be a bad pass. It ricochets off a receiver's pads, and it gets picked off and run for a touchdown. And now you went from down 1 to now you're down 10 with an extra point pending, which could be a 1-point, 2-point, or 3-point conversion. And, you know, you could be down from down 1 to down 14. And, I mean, it is an entirely different set of equations now on how you call plays on the sideline.
And it's very interesting. We're going to see that progression occur in the National Football League. But it's so wonderful to see this in the WNFC and say, hey, we're going to change things up and make things – kind of different between the offense and the defensive side. And early on, I'm going to be honest with you, I was up in the air. I was like, oh, man. But when I watched my man Teddy put together all the different touchdowns that occurred because of the 9 Cup, and then between the 9 touchdown rule, and then you get a 12-point. I mean, that is bananas. I think we've had maybe 3 12 points, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think it. I mean, I was watching it this afternoon, and I was like, hey. So when we talk about the league in general, Alex, I know you engulf it, buddy. If I could just give you a hug every day, but we have close contact, and I understand that, buddy. So when you look at this league in team history, I know it's going to change a little bit based on wins and losses, but who do you see coming out in 2025?
In 2025, I think the team to watch is the Seattle Majestics. They have.
You just like the name, man.
I
love the jerseys, the names, everything.
But I'll tell you who I really like. I like Peanut Kamuta.
I know.
Like, she is.
Okay, so is she going to stay in Seattle or is she going to leave?
Oh, I think she'll stay in Seattle. I think they're building something really special there.
All right.
I've talked about it before. She was the #1 flag football player in the state of Washington last year. That's where her roots are at.
Okay.
And they've got something really special happening in Seattle with her, with Jasmine Rambo, with Andrelia Lee, that running attack behind the offensive line that they had. I talked about it a while ago. Texas, their offensive line has been their strength for 5 years. Now all of a sudden Seattle is making a push to become the next great running attack and the next great offensive line. If they can keep that core in place and build on what they did well on defense, they were a very feast and famine defense this year. They had a lot of takeaways, but they also gave up a lot of points. If they can secure some things, maybe get a couple big free agent signings on the defensive side, they're a team to really watch out for in the West.
All right. Your thoughts, Craig?
Yeah, the team that I think is right there poised to make the jump is the Kansas City Glory.
All right, you're going with the Glory in Seattle.
Yeah, I think Kansas City is one offensive player away.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they need someone that it can be they're either going to need someone that can take the top off of the defense outside, or they're going to have to find a fullback that can open up holes the way we've seen from other teams around the league, because their defense plays. And that was one of those things where if you go back and look at the way they played defense the entire year, you take the first game out with Texas, and they were one of the best defenses in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And that first game was just an abomination of their schedule. But they played, at the end of the year, they may have been playing some of the best football in the entire WNFC, because they solidified their playoff spot by going to Denver and shutting out the Denver Bandits. And that's not an easy thing to do. And, they have some of the most premier defensive players in the league, but if their offense takes the next step and becomes, in the upper half of the league offensively, you better watch out for Kansas City.
All right, so tell me how these teams ended up here. Craig, you get the Eastern Conference. Alex, you get the Western Conference. Craig, you go ahead and go first. Talk to me about how both these teams ended up playing June 23rd, 8 p.m. kickoff time, Central Standard Time. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, Mississippi was able to defeat Kansas City 12-8 in the opening round of the Eastern Conference tournament. It was a much tougher game than most people expected it to be, myself included.
Yep.
I actually sent Alex a text. I was on vacation. I
Buddy,
said, "What's the score?"
Were hilarious.
What's the score? And I said, because we knew Atlanta had already beaten Washington 6-0 or 6-2, and I said, "What's the score in the Mississippi game? Is it going to be Mississippi and Atlanta?" And he was like, "Kansas City's up 8-6." And I said, "Yeah, okay. What's the real score?" And he said, "It's 8-6." And I was like, "Okay." So, but they were able to overcome that, and it's probably one of those things where their first time hosting the event, and sometimes that's a big deal, and sometimes the first game gets lost in the shuffle when you host the event. But they were able to deal with that, come back, and just they outplayed Atlanta both times this year. And neither one of those games were in doubt. They beat Atlanta 20-6, and they punched their ticket to the 9 Cup here in Frisco, Texas, at the Star. And they're awaiting the perennial champions. So go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, and so out west, Texas, they survived Seattle. We mentioned how Brittany Bushman wasn't playing in that game, but Seattle took them to the limit. It was a 21-14 game. It was 14-7 Texas at the half, and then Seattle came out fire and tied it up, and then Texas ended up scoring late in that one to put that one on ice. But they survived late against, again, a really good Seattle team that is on the rise. And then this, I don't know if it was a surprise to anybody, but the undefeated San Diego Rebellion this year, who were one of the best teams in the entire league, they were the 1 seed, making Texas a 2 seed for the first time in league history. And so San Diego and Texas, again, really tight matchup, 27-23. It was in doubt the whole way. And Texas survived again. They battled, and they were able to hold off a storming San Diego team at the end to hold on to the victory in that one. And so, to Craig's point, Texas is battle-tested over the last, especially 2 weeks in the playoffs, that Mississippi kind of rolled for most of the last bit of the season. And so it's always an interesting thing to look at when you've got a team coming in who's had to fight to get there versus a team who's kind of rolled in there. Which one is that going to favor when you have that matchup?
All right, speaking of that, let's talk a little bit about roster moves in 2024. Texas Elite. Alex, go ahead and talk a little bit about Texas.
Yeah, well, not a whole lot of losses there. You can see Kez Wesley was a tough loss. She was outstanding for San Diego this year, and Jasmine Harris went to Houston as part of a lot of moves for Houston that they were able to pick up a lot of strong players. But the new Spartans have all played a factor in Texas's success this year in various different ways. I mean, their strength, Texas's strength, is in the way that they are able to come together and play as an entire full unit in all 3 phases. That's always been their strength. Yeah, they've got stars up and down the roster, but the way that they come together and gel as stars is what separates them. We saw it with Houston. Houston brought in a ton of stars in the offseason this year, but they were never able to gel and really put it together. And that's a big difference between what the Spartans do versus what other teams do. Is they're able to take the best of what everybody has and put it together and make it work on the field for 11 players on the field.
All right, so the fun question of the night is, Craig Chapman, you get it. Let's go, buddy. Talk it up. Have some fun with it now.
If you look at the Mississippi Panthers move, you lose Rasan Gore, Ida Edwards, D. Armstrong.
Okay, no, hold on. Did somebody hold up a for sale sign and just bring everybody over? Or, I mean, what's going on, man?
Well, I mean, if you look at it, there's some, you have Jamie Locke and Jamirian Jackson. They go to Texas.
I know.
Brittany Bassett goes to Tennessee. And then,
and we looked at stats on both.
Yeah.
All of them had impacts of who left Mississippi.
And then when you lose Rasan Gore, Ida Edwards, both of those were impactful players for Mississippi the year before.
Hands down.
So you lose, right there, that's 7 players that you lose. And then you bring in all of these players from the Atlanta Phoenix. Shanice Wheeler, Janae Walker, Melise Brown, Diamond Wright, Jasmine Coleman, Carla Odom, Joy Longley, Monique Lario, and Cassidy Winter. All of those players were big-time players for the Phoenix. They have all contributed big-time for the Mississippi Panthers this year. When you look at their roster moves, when you watch the game tonight, you're going to see every one of those players on the field making plays. So they brought in players to supplement a team that went to the 9 Cup last year. And they did a great job of filling in what they perceived as holes in their roster, and all it did was lead to an undefeated team.
All right. Totally agree with you on that part, and to know that that's going to break down, and everybody's like, hey, when is this game going to start? Everybody take a deep breath. There's been some power outages in Frisco. What we do in Colin is the filler. I'm not the fluffer. I'm the filler. Craig, focus. You got a job to do right now. Let's talk a little bit about highlights right now. We're going to watch the first matchup between these two teams. Craig and Alex, you have the floor. Both of you got mics. Talk about what you see and what you don't see. And away we go.
Well, I'm going to say this. The first game, Texas had the football inside the 20 a ton, and they never could get it in the end zone. And then this is the biggest play right here. You get the bad snap, and then the great play by Tara Thomas to run down and eliminate the 9-point fumble return for a touchdown. But then this is the play Mississippi tried to hit all night. Regina Jackson down the middle of the field because of Texas's split safety look. And they come right back. They're going to go for 3, and then they hit Natalie Nix right here on just a go route. And she's able to get, over the top of the corner and then bend to the football. And it was just, it was a gutsy call, but I thought it was the right call. And then the defense comes in, and at this point in time, Texas had no timeouts. And, they were struggling, mightily, and this is what I thought they were going to win the game. They throw a pass down the middle of the field here late, and I'm thinking they're going to score and get the right here at the end of the game when they got it down inside the 30 right here. Mm-hmm. But right here, Mississippi's defense just makes, they do a great job of not letting you feel comfortable in the pocket. And that was the whole thing in that game. Texas had receivers open. I don't think any of their quarterbacks felt really good about where they were at from a time perspective, and that'll be a huge difference tonight with Bushman in the game.
Alex, talk to me a little bit about the first part of the game.
Yeah, well, like Craig talked about, it was a game where Texas never really felt like they weren't in control. Yeah, the score was tight, but Texas was in control, at least as far as stats are concerned, and moving the football is concerned, pretty much throughout the entire first half of the game. They just couldn't finish a couple of times, like Craig said. And, I think something that Texas did early in that game was they kind of got away from what really was working for them with the running attack. And it's something that I talked about before. Their running attack is second to none in this league because of the strength of their O-line. And when you try and kind of press a little bit when things aren't quite going your way, I think that's when you start to have mistakes that happen. And we saw it late in that one where the mistakes really compounded and eventually bit them with that bad snap.
All right, like that overall wise. I mean, it was a great game. Mm-hmm. We enjoyed calling it across the board. And we go back, I mean, even if now we had to watch it, I mean, we get part 2 whenever this game's going to start. I mean, it's lights out here in Frisco. So
literally.
It is, buddy. So I'm trying not to give this too much. I'm like, all right, let's give, a filler on that part. But talk to me a little bit about highlights if we were to take a step back and look at Mississippi right now. Alex, you get to talk a little bit about Mississippi right now. Go ahead.
Well, something that you're going to notice in the highlights is that Melise Brown was on point in that game against Texas. She didn't miss. She had laser precision on the 3-point play heard around the world, on the touchdown play, even throughout the early part of the game. Melise Brown was really, really good, and she's been good the entire season up to the last couple of weeks. And that's going to be the big question mark for me for Mississippi is what Melise Brown are we going to get in this game? Are we going to get the Melise Brown that was an MVP candidate through the first 5-6 weeks of the season? Or are we going to get the Melise Brown that had to be benched for Regina Jackson to come in, who ended up becoming the MVP candidate for Mississippi at the end of the year because she came in and gave them that spark that they needed in those close games when Melise wasn't playing very well. We know what she is capable of. She was an MVP finalist last year. She's an Offensive Player of the Year finalist this year, and she's an outstanding That's 18 points that she scored for her team on defense.
Yep.
38 tackles, was second in the league for loss. 2 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 2 interceptions, 1 for a touchdown, 4 fumble recoveries, 1 for a touchdown, and a pass deflection. And, oh, yeah, she's pretty good on offense, too.
Pretty good. Pretty good. And she plays what on offense?
She plays wide receiver.
I know. All right. MVP. Gentlemen, I want y'all to both talk about this. Talk about each player. Craig, you top, and then shuffle down from there. Alex, go ahead, Craig.
All right, so Regina Jackson. I mean, if there's a player that does more in the league, I don't know if I've seen her yet. I mean, she can play running back, quarterback, wide receiver. I've seen her play defensive back, linebacker, return punts, and return kickoffs. Now, if that's not the resume for the most valuable player in the league, I don't know what is. Plus, now, you have to deal with her lining up, moving all over the place, in the slot, out wide, in the backfield, taking snaps. Yeah, it's not fair for the defender when you can move your best player to any spot on the field that you want to move her and get her the football. And that's one of the reasons why she's up here on this MVP nomination board.
Yeah, and then Danny Traynor, the second candidate there. Coach already talked about what the impact she had on the San Diego Rebellion was. And the reason why I think she stands out as an MVP candidate isn't just because of what she brought to the offense.
Of doing is when they flex her out in an empty set, just locking a linebacker on her and thinking that that's going to be able to handle it.
Not a chance.
She is a special offensive player with a special set of skills. Watching her hit hit the initial point of attack on a run play and then make a cut, all right, and she makes cuts and doesn't slow down. And that's when you know that you have, something special on offense. It's fun to watch her play. I think that she is going to have a big night, or she's going to have a big night tonight for Texas against that Mississippi defense.
Well, and something about Turbo that is overlooked is her blocking in the backfield as a pass protector. She's a really underrated blocker for Angel or Bell or Bushman or whoever it is that they've had back there at quarterback. When they have Thomas in to block, they know they're getting a quality protector from the running back position. But then that last nominee is one that it just warms my heart to see a defender who is nominated for MVP. It's not something you see a whole lot, but Cassidy Snowden certainly deserves this nomination for Kansas City. And I can boil it down to one play why Cassidy Snowden deserves to be an MVP. Not to discredit everything else that she does, because she's been outstanding all year. But she has a pick 9 against Denver that literally wins them the game. They won 10-0 because of the pick 9. And I don't think if they don't win that game, they end up probably 3-3. I don't know that they make the playoffs without that pick 9 and that win against Denver. So if you want to look
game until March, April at the earliest. Anytime it's 3rd and 3 today, I would expect to see number 3 in the backfield taking the snap, because she's just about unstoppable from that yardage.
All right, we got 2 more awards. Overshot, and that's part of my job. It's what I do. We got Trench Player of the Year. Between these 5 athletes in the Trench Player of the Year, Alex, go ahead, and then Craig, you get Special Teams Player of the Year. But Alex, talk to me about these 5 players.
Well, the Trench Player of the Year is one. We talked about it last night when we were talking about the nominees during the All-Pro game, that you've got 4 defensive line women and you've got 1 offensive line woman. And I always appreciate seeing an offensive line woman in this conversation, because it's easy to overlook their contributions because they don't really have stats to back that up. It's easier to quantify the impact of a defensive player because of the stats. But Tammy Moore for Texas, I talked about that offensive line as a unit, and she is the nucleus of that makes that go. They're all outstanding, obviously, but Tammy Moore has been a stalwart on the offensive line in this league for a long, long time, and so it's really nice to see her getting a nod for a Trench Player of the Year finalist. Johanna Aspenberg out of San Diego, she's another one that statistically her stats don't jump off the page at you, but when you watch her play, she is one of those defensive line women that makes everything else around her work.
season. The main reason for that is that Brittany Bushman, the two-time defending MVP of the WNFC, who retired after last year, came back toward the end of the regular season for the Texas Elite Spartans, and she is obviously a difference maker, one of the best pure passers in women's basketball in the world, women's football in the world. And so for Brittany Bushman and the Texas Elite Spartans, they're a much different team with Bushman out there. That's why Mississippi needs to be aware of that.
Yeah, we talked to Brittany earlier.
Trying to remain perfect in the championship game. How do you think the fact that Mississippi knocked them off, became the first team to beat Texas during WNFC play, how does that motivate Texas today?
I think it motivates Texas nearly because, for one, you got to think about it. They are a phenomenal winning franchise, but they have that motivation coming into this game because when you're knocked off as a champion, you want to be able to get back to that champion, to the top, right? And so that motivation brings them here. They're telling Mississippi now, we're coming back and we're taking back what's ours. They're not going to give that ring up. And so I think that is going to give Texas all the motivation to go against the Panthers today. But I also think the Panthers have one for them as well. Somebody has to take home the championship, and I think Mississippi wants it as bad as Texas does.
Well, the Mississippi Panthers had some changes in the offseason themselves. A new quarterback as Rasan Gore moved to Houston, and Melise Brown, who had been leading the Atlanta Phoenix and doing a great job of it, is now the starting quarterback for the Mississippi Panthers. But they have other players as well, like Regina Jackson, the MVP of this league, who has not only thrown 2 touchdowns, she's also caught a couple touchdowns this year, 3 touchdowns, and then she's rushed for 2 touchdowns as well, and that's just her regular season numbers. A big part of the reason that she's the MVP of this league is Jackson's versatility, and she is somebody that the Spartans have to be aware of all night.
Yeah, she's a phenomenal player. They don't call her RJ3 for a reason. She's out there. She's playing multiple positions. She's getting the job done for the Panthers. I'm excited to see what she's going to go out there and bring to the table and how the Spartans are going to rely on their defense for her.
Now, the coin toss has been won by the Texas Elite Spartans, and they defer to the second half. And so Mississippi will start with the football, receiving in the end zone to our right. The north side end zone here inside, and thankfully we are inside because it was the first 100-degree day so far in DFW this year on the outside today. Again, I'm John Little, joined by Tony Harris, and Tony, now we are going to get a chance to see Mississippi on offense to start this game and give them a chance to put their first stamp on this one, try to get on the board first.
I'm excited. I mean, listen, these are the elite teams in this championship game for a reason. I think that they're going to come out really strong because they have something to prove.
Now, one of the questions that we had coming into this matchup is, were we going to play 15-minute quarters or 12-minute quarters? In the regular season, we play 12-minute quarters in the WNFC. However, in the 9-Cup championship game, each of the last few years, we played 15-minute quarters. We were told from the field 12-minute quarters, but now there's 15 on the clock, too, as we get ready to start this game. So we'll see which way they end up going there, 12 or 15, because that can make a big difference as well. You think about another 12 minutes, that's another quarter when it comes to normal women's football action. And so as we get ready for the national anthem here in Frisco, we will pause as soon as we know that that is on the way. As for the second consecutive year, the Mississippi Panthers and the Texas Elite Spartans will match up. And there is obviously the championship riding on this one, but a lot of pride as well as Mississippi tries to cement their regular season win and codify that with a win as well in the championship game. And the crowd has started to sing the national anthem as well. So we'll let them take over and do that.
quarters.
The 9 Cup, but very, very effective as the crowd and the teams help with the singing of our national anthem tonight before the Mississippi Panthers and the Texas Elite Spartans meet for the second time this season. Again, it was a very slim victory for Mississippi the first time the two teams got together by a 15-14 margin. Melise Brown, Regina Jackson, Natalie Nix, all key in that big victory for the Mississippi Panthers. And obviously the Panthers defense, which is led by several players, including Cassidy Winter, who is not only a finalist for Trench Player of the Year, but also a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year in the league, helped shut down the Texas Elite Spartans to the tune of only a couple of scores. And we'll see how everything goes down today. Now, for the Texas Elite Spartans, they are a team that had a lot to prove coming into the season, simply for the fact that they had a lot of retirees, Brittany Bushman among them. And although Bushman is back, they had a lot of retirees on the defensive side headed into the season, like Dina Guidry and Amber Kimbrough, Jelly Grayson, Latoria Randall, and Dinesha Richardson, all no longer on this Texas Elite Spartan team. And so this defense, which has been so dynamic, explosive, and dominant over the years, it was not a tough year for them, but definitely a rebuilding year under Kenesha Richardson. So we are ready to go as the kickoff is coming from the Special Teams Player of the Year in the WNFC, Kara Wiesman. And a great job on this one, getting it down the right side of the field, and McEwen could not get down on top of it, but it just was a perfect pop-up kick by Kara Wiesman.
Yeah, but they've got to fall on balls like that. You know, that could have been a game-winning thing for that to start off really, really good.
Hannah McEwen was right there on it. But you know how tough it is to pick up a rolling football.
Yes, yeah.
And so the Mississippi Panthers will start with the football at their own 23-yard line. And again, Melise Brown, who is a former college basketball player but turned pro football player, formerly of the Atlanta Phoenix, in shotgun, with Walker to her right and stacked receivers either way from the 23 on 1st down and 10. Brown, a finalist for Offensive Player of the Year in the league against a 4-3 defense. Brown steps up and fires and has Regina Jackson, but Jackson drops it at the 30-yard line.
You know, that is very unexpected from Jackson because, you know, she usually catches passes like that. So she's just got to pull those in really, really fast. They got to start this game fast, be strategic about it, because those small mistakes could affect them in the end.
No doubt about it. Jackson had a really nice game against Texas the first time around. Only touched it twice, but had a 16-yard touchdown reception and a 44-yard run in that win for Mississippi. On 2nd down and 10, Brown goes underneath, and again through the hands of the intended receiver, this time on the out route, coming to the left side, Rashida Young, one of these 3 excellent receivers for the Mississippi Panthers, but these are plays that Mississippi has to make.
You know, I'm starting to think that the pressure is getting to them a little bit, but I think what they need to do is they need to slow it down a little bit. They're probably thinking about what they did against them in season, but as long as they take their times and bring those balls in, they could possibly make some changes to this offense.
On 3rd down and 10, Brown in shotgun, flushed and on the run. Brown against Weathered and sacked. Back at the 20-yard line, Alyssa Weathered, one of the best linebackers in the league. A loss of 3 back to the 20. It's 4th down and 13.
The pressure is on, John. The pressure is on. Texas said they did not come to play. They're defending champs for a reason. Like we said, they did play in season 14-15, but I think Texas has taken that to the head. They said they're coming back for revenge.
I agree with you completely. You know that these are prideful players, as Regina Jackson is back deep to punt from her own 10-yard line, and there are several players that can return for Texas, but right now it's Liz Landry waiting beyond midfield. Jackson's punt up the hash, and it's going to take a nice Mississippi roll, but still picked up at the 49-yard line after the punt that goes for 29 yards. Excellent field position for the Texas Elite Spartans. There is a flag on the play, however, and we'll see what the flag's all about.
You know what? I think these Mississippi coaches are going to have to talk to their team about what's going on and make some changes, some very major changes, because we're at the beginning of the game and it's not looking like the most right now. But, you know, I understand that as a player. When you're coming out, you're anxious, you're excited, you're going against another elite team.
Texas falls Spartans
trying to be the best, but sometimes, you know, that anxiousness and all that, it just builds up a little bit. So I think they're going to make some changes. I don't think that this is going to be the whole game.
Now, during the punt, there was a face mask, a personal foul face mask, called against Mississippi, and so this is going to add another 15 yards onto the end of the kick. By the way, we were debating whether it was going to be 15-minute quarters or 12. We went back and forth and back and forth. Looks like they decided on 15 because there is 13:37 to play in the initial quarter. As the 15 yards is marked off to the 34-yard line, we get a chance to see the Texas Elite Spartans offensive during the regular season, averaging 27 points per game. But Brittany Bushman, now the quarterback of this team, and she helped torch Mississippi in the 9 Cup Championship last year. 4 touchdowns through the air. She sends 3 left and 1 right, and has Destiny Yarborough in the backfield with her on 1st and 10 from the 34 of Mississippi. Bushman looking left the whole way. And on the inside screen, it's Liz Landry. And Landry makes the grab and picks up 5 on 1st down.
That was a great pass by Bushman. You know, she is Texas leader for a reason. 2022 and it looks like because this is her 15th year, she's getting better with time. She's like Tom Brady. I can't resist saying it.
Well, she's out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and just like her counterpart on the other side, Brown, she's also a teacher as far as her day job goes, but decided to come out of retirement to help the Spartans try to lead them to a 5th consecutive title. It's 2nd down and 5. And Bushman, inside give. Yarborough has the 1st down and more. Look at a rumble. Yarborough takes on a tackler down to the 17-yard line, and it's a 1st down on a gain of 12 for Destiny Yarborough.
That was a hard ball by Destiny
Yarborough, 5'7", 205-pound running back and fullback, and all-pro this year for the Texas Elite Spartans, and she won the WNFC's Game Changer Award after a regular season where she averaged more than 7 yards a carry and had 4 touchdowns on the ground as well. Inside the red zone for the Spartans. 3-by-1 again. The single receiver to the right side is Maria Jackson. As Bushman stands on 1st down and 10 and hands off to Yarborough once more, but this time she's crunched and brought down for a gain of only 1. And Yarborough gets in a little bit of a shoving match at the end of it with Alexandra Lukasevitz, a 2nd-team All-Pro linebacker.
Oh, and there's another flag out there. See, in these type of moments, we've got to learn how to keep our cool. This is going to be a heavy game for each team. But I think that all comes with it being a great competition.
Yeah, it's going to be a personal foul, you would assume, against Yarborough here. Unsportsmanlike conduct, excuse me, on Yarborough. And the 15-yard setback puts Texas back at the 31, and it's a post-play penalty as well. So it's not 1st down and long here. It is 2nd down and 24. First quarter action, no score. Texas on the move. 2nd and 24 from the 31 of Mississippi with 2 receivers either way. And Bushman goes to the air. The slant route looking for Landry. Can't tug it in at the 20-yard line. It's incomplete. 3rd down, 24 for Texas.
You know, if Landry would have just ran just a little bit more, put a little bit more gas in it, she probably really could have got that pass, but also it was a little bit low. So all we need Bushman to do is bring those passes up a little bit higher, but get those passes completed, and hey, they could have been downfield.
Now the Spartans, 3rd down and 24. See if they try to pick it up in a couple chunks rather than just one. Now in the game, Tara Turbo Thomas at running back to the right side of Bushman with 2 receivers either way. And Bushman is pressured, steps up in the pocket, and Bushman runs 25 and slides down. They'll give her the 26-yard line. A 5-yard gain, and that's going to leave a 4th down and long. 4th down and about 18, 19 yards for this Texas team, and the offense stays on the field. Very common in women's pro football to see these long 4th downs and try to pick them up. Texas has the best special teams player in the league, but even this 40-plus yard field goal would be a little bit long for Wiesman. So it's 4th down and 19. Texas needs the 7 for a 1st down. Bushman looking left the whole way, lobs it up, miscommunication, and it is intercepted down at the 5-yard line. And that's one of those plays for Kamisha Andrew where she should have just slapped it down because she is tackled by Liz down at the 3-yard line. In the same token, Mississippi takes it away and comes up with a stand against the Texas Elite Spartans.
You know, I think that just gave Mississippi the motivation that they needed.
What do you think on that play, though? You're a former DB. In that moment when the ball's in the air, you're probably thinking, hey, if I pick this off, I'm going to return it for a touchdown. I don't want to drop it intentionally, right?
Yeah, you never want to drop that ball. You always want to make sure you high point that ball, get to that sideline, put that ball in that outside arm towards that sideline, and go upfield. I mean, we're all thinking about, as DBs, we want to get there to score, but you've got to make the right moves and the right adjustments to get down there to that touchdown.
Now, if it would have been incomplete, Mississippi would have had the ball at the 26, so they lose 23 yards in field position. Out of the empty set, Brown out into the slot. It is complete. Nice little move and a stiff arm to the sideline by Jasmine Coleman, and Coleman is out at the 8-yard line for a 5-yard pickup for Mississippi.
These ladies are out here trying to run hard. I'm liking what I'm seeing out here.
This Mississippi team, and I think you'll find this for both teams, they are very pro-style offense, and pro these days means spread a lot of times. Maybe you could call it college style, but they're going to get out and throw. Mississippi throws 55% of the time. Elise Brown will put it in the air. It's 2nd down and 5. Brown looking down the middle, double pumps, throws right. It is complete, and a tackle right at the sticks, but it's enough for the 1st down. A gain of 6 for Natalie Nix, the game changer finalist and all-pro, picks up a 1st to the 14. So Mississippi from their own 14-yard line with no score, 9:49 to play in the opening quarter here in Frisco. It is the 9-Cup championship game. Texas has been the champion each of the first 4 years of this league. The pop pass out in front to Regina Jackson, right to left. Jackson trying to get north and south, but brought down for no gain. Maybe a loss of a half yard. And that's Mercedes Tyler getting in there. Tyler, one of the best linebackers of all time in the women's game.
Yeah, she tried to get right through that hole, but it closed up pretty fast.
Mercedes Tyler, who starred with San Diego for so many years, a member of San Diego women's all-decade team in the 2010s. She has an ability to scout and recognize, and did a great job there reacting for a loss of a half yard. So a 2nd down and a long 10 for Mississippi with no score. Ball at their own 14-yard line. Brown with a back in the backfield. Speed option. And Brown tucks and runs. 20, 25. And Brown all the way up to the 26-yard line to pick up a 1st down on the big gainer on the play. Give her 12.
That was a great run by Melise Brown. I really liked the way she ran. She cut in. She did a really good job at hitting that hole right there and switching the ball over from one arm to the next. That was a really good play.
She's a dual threat quarterback, whereas Brittany Bushman is going to be in the pocket for most of the night. Brown can certainly take it on the run like that. A math teacher, Melise Brown. But right now, pro football quarterback and trying for her first championship from the 26. Brown steps up, climbs the pocket, has so much room. Another first down for Melise Brown. Taken down by Janice Mitchell, but not before she gains 10. So that's 22 on back-to-back plays.
Yeah, Mel B talked about it today. She's not afraid to run. She's not afraid to run, to be able to get into that action. She's not one of those who cares about getting hits. She said she just wants the ball out there and have some fun, and I like that. I like that type of mentality, not being scared to ball.
This drive started for Mississippi back at their own 3-yard line after the interception by Kamisha Andrew. And Melise Brown has it cooking. She's thrown for a first down. She's run for 2 more. And on 1st and 10 from her own 36, 7.5 left in the first quarter and no score. Looking for more big plays. Brown, this time with a lead block, quarterback sweep, and she is tugged down by Texas for a 1-yard gain.
That was
Alina Markle with the stop.
That was a little scary with the contact with the players. I thought she was going to be down for a second, but thankfully she got up.
Well, that is a big player taking her down, and Melise Brown, you're right, she does come out of the game, but a lot of times they use Regina Jackson as a quarterback, so Jackson, who's incredibly talented, can certainly play that quarterback spot, but before she gets a chance to take a snap, timeout is called by Mississippi. We'll step away as well. Here's a word from our sponsors.
I don't know. This weekend, the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation is proudly powering the Got Her Back charity dedicated to empowering and supporting female athletes. Got Her Back is all about celebrating the achievements of women and girls in football, providing resources, and creating opportunities for young girls to pursue their athletic dreams. Thanks to the generous backing of the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation, we're able
Janae Walker getting about 8 carries a game in the regular season. But that threat of the running game for Mississippi helps keep defenses off balance. No score, 3:57 to go in the first quarter. 2 receivers either way for Brown and this Mississippi offense. Motion by Coleman. Make it 3 to the right. Brown. A little bit of the ball is fumbled, and Mitchell falls on top of it. A broken play. Brown did not have Walker where she thought she was going to be. Walker couldn't handle the flip, and Janice Mitchell comes up with the fumble recovery. Texas takes over.
Wow, I would not have thought that would have been a play that happened.
What do you think led to that fumble?
Well, I think, for one, you got to hold on to the ball tightly. When you're holding and running with that ball real loose, it's bound to come out. And you've got big players like her who's coming in and trying to finish that play. You got to hold on to that ball.
So a turnover on both sides, and a very promising drive for Mississippi comes to an end as Brown flipped it back and Janae Walker could not handle it. With 3:37 to play in the opening quarter, no score between Texas and Mississippi. Spartans taking over at their own 49 with a 2-back set, and a handoff to Yarborough with a lead block from Kelly, and Yarborough gains 2, and then she is driven back. Another big hit made by Alexandra Lukasiewicz, and it'll be a 2nd down and 8. On 2nd down and 8, just across midfield. Spartans going to that 2-back lineup. Jelani Kelly, who did not start the year with the team, also came out of retirement, if you will, to rejoin at a fullback spot. Bushman to the air, deep out. What a throw, and a grab by Maria Jackson for a 1st down as she drags a defender down to the 37-yard line. A 12-yard pickup. Bushman hooks up with one of her favorite targets in Maria Jackson.
I think in plays like that, the corner must make sure that they're standing right there on the receiver, because when she opened her hips, she let her break her cushion a little bit and got past her, which is the reason why when she opened too far, she couldn't come back fast enough when she caught that ball.
And that's Takira Mitchell, an all-pro, going 1v1 against Maria Jackson. But Bushman and Jackson have been doing that together for years. 1st down and 10 from the 37 of Mississippi. Texas trying to strike first. A broken play for Texas, and Bushman just has to eat it, and she was down, called down. The ball is stripped away, but a dead play back at the 42-yard line for a loss of 5 for Texas. So jitters for both sides here. You got to wonder what exactly led to that miscommunication, as Thomas, who is one of the finalists for MVP of this league, turned one way, and Brittany Bushman, who is a 2-time MVP in this league, turned another. So it's been offensive mistakes, big penalties, a couple turnovers that have been the story so far. Late in the first quarter, 2nd down and 15 at the 42. Bushman out of the pistol again. Yarborough, the fullback this time. Bushman comes back left, looking deep, and it is dropped. A perfect wheel route run by Amanda Heilman, who was the 9-Cup MVP back in 2021, but drops it. What could have been a touchdown, and it's 3rd down.
You know, I don't even know where the corner was over at that point, because she was wide open right there. That could have been a perfect play. She could have went up that sideline, and they would have had a score on the board.
Amanda Heilman. They call her Panda out of Rugby, North Dakota. You'll hear from her later in the game. A rare drop for number 87 in blue. And now it's 3rd down and 15 from the 42 of Mississippi. 3rd down and long for Texas. Thomas splits out in the left slot, so 2 by 2. Here comes the blitz. It's picked up by Yarborough. Bushman stepping up. Bushman brought down from behind. The ball is free as well. And then there's a flag that comes in too. Bushman is back on top of it to make it 4th down, but we'll check the flag.
Wow, I mean, she just really tripped over her own foot if she couldn't get out of there. There was so many people surrounded by her. The ball came out, and there's a flag on the play. Man, this game is going to get really, really crazy. The players are getting a little aggressive.
And we'll see about the call here. Again, it appeared that the fumble was recovered by Texas. So, yeah, it was recovered by Texas. There was a hold on the play as well, but that is declined to make it a 4th down. And Kara Wiesman comes on to punt. So both defenses making some big plays here late in the first quarter. Still no score as Texas prepares to punt on 4th down and long.
You know, I think Mississippi is going to have make some changes to their games. I know their corners are bailing out a little bit, but they might have to come up and play man press because those receivers are getting out.
Wiesman, really nice punt. And it is muffed, but at the 25-yard line, it's still on the ground. Does Texas have it? A scramble for it at the 27. We'll see who comes up with it. Jelani Kelly of Texas thinks it's Texas ball, but no, they are going to say, as Yarborough comes out of the pile with it, that it is going to be recovered by Mississippi. So evidently a fight for it at the end gave it at least into Yarborough's hands, but Mississippi is able to recover.
Now, John, what do you think is going on? Because with these two teams, we're seeing a lot of drops on both sides. What's going on? What do you think is going on?
Well, I think I would, I would acquiesce to the pro here, and like you said earlier, I think there are some jitters on both sides, and you've got two teams trying to make that first statement, and the first quarter has been full of mistakes so far. Hopefully the teams can get it lined out. No score, 25 seconds left in the opening quarter. Melise Brown back out there at quarterback after the fumble last time. Brown steps up, fires deep down the left sideline, some contact, but it's incomplete. Intended for Rashida Young, who had a half step on the defensive back, and it is 2nd down.
Yeah, they had a little contact there. The DB did have her jammed up a little bit, so I think that kind of threw her timing off, and she had slowed down a little bit. So, I mean, we got to get off those jam presses.
It's Desiree Mosley who is playing that cornerback spot against an All-Pro and Rashida Young. 2nd down, 10, and before the snap, a false start called against Mississippi. The Panthers victimized by a 5-yard penalty. Give it to Valdavia Roberts, one of the best centers in this league. Originally out of Atlanta. She's played a lot of center, but right now she's at right tackle with Patricia Foltz in at center. So Roberts was named an All-Pro at the center spot, but right now playing that right tackle position for Mississippi. So after the penalty, 2nd down, 15 back at the 23-yard line. Melise Brown looking deep, fires middle, through the hands of a defender and dropped. Mercedes Tyler had an interception in her hands at the 32.
Oh, my goodness. That was such a dangerous pass. There were so many defenders right there. You never really want to throw a ball right there in the midst of defenders because it's bound to get picked off. Luckily, the ball was not picked up by the Spartans, but that was a close one, John. That was really close.
Well, for Melise Brown, she had an outstanding season this year and a great one last year with Atlanta. Last year, she only threw 2 interceptions in the regular season. This time, 5 interceptions in the regular season. Almost throws one here. Here's 3rd down, 15. Brown looks deep to the left, and it is almost caught. Put it on a dime, just dropped it in a bucket to Rashida Young in traffic at the 40-yard line, but incomplete, and punting time for Mississippi.
I mean, we are in the ending of the first quarter, and these girls cannot hold on to these balls. We have seen so many mistakes from both sides, but I hope they come out and make these adjustments in the second quarter, or else we're going to be seeing a 0-0 score game for the whole game.
Well, and like you were talking about, Brown throwing one into the hands of the linebacker on the previous play, that was a perfectly thrown ball. The dangerous Tara Thomas back at her own 44-yard line. Punter is Jackson. High snap, Jackson nearly has it blocked, a line drive kick. It hits in front of McBay, who was also back there. And at the end of the first quarter, Texas will take over for the start of the second at the 46-yard line of Mississippi. So it was a tight one the first time the two teams matched up in the regular season. After the first 15 minutes, it is equally tight. No score after one in the 9 Cup here in 2024. Here's a word from our sponsors.
This weekend, we're proud to partner with 3 incredible charitable organizations that are making a profound impact in our communities. Got Her Back, Play Like a Girl, and Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Got Her Back is dedicated to empowering and supporting young female athletes, providing resources and opportunities to help them pursue their dreams. As the official charity of the WNFC, their mission aligns perfectly with our own commitment to accelerating equity and success for women in sports. Play Like a Girl is an organization that inspires girls to dream big and pursue careers in STEM and sports. By encouraging young girls to stay active and engaged in athletics, Play Like a Girl is helping to shape the next generation of leaders and innovators. Mothers Against Drunk Driving is a champion for road safety, advocating for policies and programs.
Great to have you back with us in Frisco, Texas. It is the 9 Cup. John Little back alongside Tony Harris. So pleased to have you along for the ride. And the 5th 9 Cup all-time. The previous 4 have been won by the team in blue, the Texas Elite Spartans, including one over this same Mississippi team last year. But no score after the first quarter, and movement on both sides. It's a false start on Texas to start this to start the second quarter, I should say. They'll give it to Destiny Yarborough, the all-pro running back, and that takes the ball back to the 49-yard line. So both teams just trying to stay away from the mistakes at this point, Tony, and that's the way to get in the end zone is to execute. But so far, both teams have run into their problems.
Yeah, and it's really hard as a player because when you think about it, you're trying to make sure you're fixing all those mistakes, but everybody has to be on the same page. If everybody's not on the same page, those mistakes continually happen. Hand
off to Yarborough on first down, and big running room. And running through tackles inside the 40-yard line, and Yarborough is fired up after a first down gain of 13.
Yarborough is a hard runner. She's been trying to run hard all night.
She had a 12-yard gain on her first, or on the last drive, I should say, and now 13 on this one, leaving a second down and 3 for Texas at the 39 of Mississippi. No score early in the second quarter. 2 receivers go to the right, Heilman in the slot, Jackson outside of her, and it's McVay and Landry to the left. 4-man front with 2 linebackers for Mississippi. Player was in the neutral zone, got back. Bushman to the air, deep down the right sideline, looking for that wheel route to Heilman again, but overthrows her this time. And that leaves a 3rd down and 3.
And you know what? Bushman is one of those players where she can make the throws, but I think she's got a little bit, anxious tonight. They're trying to take home that defending champ and that trophy, so she's got to bring those passes back a little bit. I think there's a little too much air under those passes because she's overthrowing them a little bit. So.
And certainly there's got to be that measure of, she didn't play in the first few months of the season, and just getting back out there and trying to work out those cobwebs in a short season. Here's 3rd down 3, and before the 3rd down play, Odessa Jenkins, the head coach of the Texas Elite Spartans, leaps down the sideline to call a timeout, and will step away as well. Big 3rd down and 3 coming up for Texas Elite with no score early in the second quarter. Here's a word from our sponsors.
We'd like to take a moment to recognize and thank the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation for their incredible support. This weekend, the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation is proudly powering the Got Her Back charity dedicated to empowering and supporting female athletes. Got Her Back is all about celebrating the achievements of women and girls in football, providing resources, and creating opportunities for young girls to pursue their athletic dreams. Thanks to the generous backing of the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation, we're able to host a range of impactful events this weekend that inspire and uplift women and girls in football. Their commitment to fostering growth, development, and success for female athletes aligns perfectly with the mission of the WNFC, and we're honored to have their support. thank you, Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation, for helping us create a memorable and meaningful
Back to action here,
championship.
early second quarter. And a big opportunity for Texas to get on the board in a scoreless game here in the 9 Cup. Trips to the right side and a covey as Bushman's in the gun, Yarborough behind her. Toss out to Yarborough. Lots of space. Webb holding her block, and Yarborough bashes her way for a first down to the 34-yard line. That's a former WNBA player in Yumiko Webb, 49 years old, playing right tackle for the Texas Elite Spartans and lead blocking for Yarborough in a first down.
You know, when you think about it, it's crazy to think about all the careers that the women have coming out here playing the game of football. I mean, I've talked to the women all weekend. We've talked to a fighter, an EMT, anesthesiologist. These women have phenomenal careers.
Isn't it incredible? And, you know, this is what they get a chance to do for fun as well and to show off their skills. And they're certainly doing it so far. Early second quarter, no score. New set of downs at the 34 for the Texas Elite Spartans. Yarborough again. Good lead block. Takes it down the right side. Numbers 20, 15, and all the way down to the 13-yard line. Looked like Tammy Moore was the one to really spring that play for Destiny Yarborough.
Man, we're getting into enemy territory now. These women are getting close. I think Texas might be the first ones to get on the board. Hopefully they can continue stopping them.
That's a 20-yard gain for Destiny Yarborough. Certainly packs the punch right at the end of the run. She is a player that finishes.
She's a heavy player who has a heavy run. I like to see her run. She's powerful. She can, you know, get in and out of those holes, make those cuts, those blocks really good as well.
Second time that Texas has been in the red zone. The first time ended with an interception. They're at the 14 now. Yarborough again, this time going 1 for 1 against a defensive player, and she is brought down for a loss of 2 yards back to the 16-yard line. Second down and 12. A good job to set the edge by Monique Lario. Lario, an All-Pro, one of a couple All-Pros on that defensive line. Cassidy Winter is, Chardonnay Jenkins is as well, and certainly Bookie Bradford has that capability too for the Mississippi Panthers at the defensive line spots. Second down and 12 as Texas looks for that big play to try to go in front. But can the Panthers stop them again? Only 3 on the play clock. Bushman gets the snap off in time, has plenty of time. Deep to the end zone, Heilman backpedaling and loses her footing, as Brittany Bushman had eyes on Heilman in the end zone again. Incomplete, third down and 12.
Now, you may not agree, but I think she actually would have completed that pass had the receiver kept running a little bit before she turned around and got into her back pedal.
No, I agree with you. And sometimes, yeah, you just, before turning around, you got to try to make that over to the shoulder grab, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that may be an adjustment as the game goes on. Now third down and 12 for this offense of the Texas Elite Spartans. Thomas is in the game at running back with Jelani Kelly as the fullback. Just 2 receivers on this play on third and 12. Give it to Thomas. Thomas breaking to the outside, but they won't let her go. And a gang tackle down at the 14-yard line. Excellent job to get a speedy player, and more pushing and shoving at the end of the play. And another flag is thrown. This is a flag that if it's on Texas, it could take potential points off the board.
Yeah, and this is crazy because this may be the 3rd or 4th flag that we've seen so far. We're only in the second quarter with 11 minutes and 17 seconds on the board. I mean, these ladies, one thing you got to do as a football player, you've got to have that short-term memory. I mean, you can't get as aggressive as you want to because it does potentially hurt your team. And that's that 15-yarder right there.
Wow.
Got to be careful.
And that's exactly what happened on the other drive for Texas that got inside the red zone. There was an unsportsmanlike conduct call against the running back Yarborough, and Texas couldn't complete the drive. Here, it's another unsportsmanlike conduct, this time on the running back in Thomas, and that takes the ball back to the 29-yard line. It is 4th down and 25. They need the 4-yard line for a first down. And the offense stays out there for the Spartans with no score.
You know, if there's anything that's going to hurt Texas, it's those penalties.
Bushman setting up the screen. Thomas turns, can't get upfield, and again to bring her down is Diamond Wright. Wright making back-to-back huge plays against Turbo Thomas, this time a turnover on downs. And Mississippi stands strong defensively. Just a great job on back-to-back plays for Diamond Wright, the defensive back / outside linebacker, to come down and make a tackle on one of the most shifty players in the league in Thomas.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we talked about it at the beginning of the game. These two teams are going at it hard. That 14-15, maybe that might be something again we see tonight. Not a lot of points on the board. They're playing hard out there, John.
3 receivers right, 1 left as Mississippi takes over at their own 26. Melise Brown deep to the right side. Dangerous throw, but is caught at the 35-yard line, and a ball that seemed to hang forever is caught for 8 by Natalie Nix.
I don't know if you saw it, but hey, if the ref didn't see it, it kind of would have been a little PI because there was some grabbing right there, trying to get that pass to knock it down. But I guess if the refs don't see it, you can't call it, right?
I guess not. I guess not. And it is caught anyway by Mississippi, a 2nd and 2, out to the 35. Brown and Mississippi trying to break the tie. Brown looking deep, firing deep, too strong. Down at the 40-yard line. As on the double move, Natalie Nix tried to get herself open. It's 3rd down.
And Mel B also has a really good arm on her. That was a really great throw, but
the 9 Cup, but she did play on this field last year in the All-Pro game. Now she's getting a chance to take home the big hardware. 3rd down 2. Brown stepping up, firing. It is caught, 1st down. Reaching grab by Regina Jackson and tackled immediately at the 40-yard line by Thomas. It's a 1st down.
You know, one thing I learned about playing DB is that angles are important. If she had stayed on 17 and broke flat, when she broke flat, instead of taking that degree behind her, she probably wouldn't have been able to jump that ball or either knock the pass down.
Something to watch as we go on 1st down and 10. A handoff to Janae Walker, who's running hard, but right into a brick wall. Picks up 3 to the 43-yard line. That defensive line is big for the Texas Elite Spartans, especially up the middle. They got a couple tackles as big as anybody in this league, and Lilo Fruin at one defensive tackle position, and on the other side, Alina Markle, who can really get it done at the other DT. 2nd down and 7, though, for Mississippi. They won't run inside a lot. Going to be trying to use their speed to the outside as Brown looks to the sideline for the call. Brown looking right, firing deep up the field into double coverage, and it's incomplete. And once more, going deep for Nix. 3rd down, 7.
I kind of saw that happening where they had those 2 receivers right there with those 2 DBs coming down to try to combo it a little bit. But what they should have did is, if she was going to go inside, she should have tried to make sure she trailed her all the way upside, but she didn't know if she had to take the inside. So that's how she lost her balance and was kind of delayed behind the receiver.
Well, and as Mississippi continues to put the ball in the air and test this Texas Elite Spartans defense, remember, one of the new things for the WNFC this year is the pick 9, where defensive scores are worth 9 points. Something you got to watch out for as Brown throws it right side. It's complete underneath the defense and a 1st down as Jasmine Coleman on the clear out is bounced out of bounds at the 49-yard line in Texas territory. She picks up 8 on a perfect play call. That's the 2nd grab for Coleman. 13 yards as Melise Brown, for the most part, has been pretty accurate so far. Seems like just one poor decision, a pass that was almost picked off by Mercedes Tyler, but other than that, she's been on the money. Empty set on 1st down, no score. Midway through the 2nd quarter, and a little bit late out of her break. Regina Jackson not able to make the grab on that out route, 2nd down. 8:04 to play in the 2nd quarter. No score between Texas and Mississippi. It's their second matchup this season. Mississippi became the first team to ever beat this Texas Elite Spartan squad in the WNFC, 15-14 in week 3 of the regular season back in April. Texas has had a chance to stew about it, and at 7-1, they've made it back to the championship game. On second down, Brown throwing off her back foot and pressured, and bounces it in front of Jackson, leaving third down and 10. Good pressure and rushing through the offensive line by Fancy Robinson for the Spartans.
You know, if the Mississippi Panthers beat Texas again, they'll be the defending champs, but they'll be undefeated because they're 8-0 right now. So,
just a great year for Mississippi. And
yeah, absolutely.
You know, very similar last year. They had a fantastic year as well. Ran into a buzzsaw. The only losses that they took last year were to the Texas Elite Spartans. A defense chant by the Texas Elite Spartan faithful. It's third down and 10. Brown. Here comes pressure. Hit. Brown sacked. Back at the 47-yard line. Off the edge. It is Olivia Griswold, OG, with the sack. A 4-yard loss.
You know, Olivia Griswold comes from a long line of football players, but she's been playing for so long. When I first played in the WFA, the Women's Football Alliance, Olivia was out there playing. That was back when I played in 2015. So she's been out here for a long time. She's been a dog for a long time.
She's a living legend out there.
Her and her sister, actually, Octavia.
Women's Football Hall of Famer back in 2018, Olivia Griswold, and comes up with a key sack here. On fourth down, Jackson punts it away. Her best punt of the night. But it does check up and take a Texas bounce, and now grabbed at the 30 after a 23-yard punt for Mississippi, and the Spartans will take over. So 7:02 to play in the second quarter. No score between Texas and Mississippi. At times, each team has had their flashes, their opportunities, Tony, but it has been those big mistakes in the first half that has kept these two teams off the board.
Yeah, I mean, we see the girls getting aggressive, the passes being dropped, the receivers running shorter routes than they're supposed to, not having enough gas in them to catch the plays. We also see the DBs allowing these receivers to break their cushions on each side of the ball.
Texas has been in the red zone twice against Mississippi, and both times got turned away after unsportsmanlike conduct penalties really put an end to their drive. Yarborough picked up one, and Destiny Yarborough picking her way through and then punishing on the run. Destiny Yarborough is trying to be the MVP of the 9 Cup. She has another double-digit gain, this one for 11. Player down, it is Yarborough. She's able to pop to her feet, and Tara Thomas will come on at running back, but Yarborough looks like she is ready to put her stamp on this night.
Yeah, she may be the MVP of game.
Out of Fresno, California, another player that's been doing it forever.
All pro.
18 years, and this morning she was announced as the Game Changer Award winner in the league as well.
Congratulations to Yarbo.
6.5 to play in the second quarter. Out of the pistol set, the offset eye handoff. Thomas sweeping left, and she's got room. Thomas to the outside with game-breaking speed. 40-yard line, and dances out at the 38.
Wow, what a great run from her.
That is a 21-yard gain for Tara Thomas.
That may be the motivation that Texas needs right now because, like we said, we talked about it. They've been having a lot of mistakes, but that great run from her and Yarborough, those two, they might get the Texas Elite Spartans down to that end zone, get them out there to that red zone for them to try to get a score on the board. But let's hope the same thing that happened before twice doesn't happen again when they get in the red zone, getting pushed back again with the penalties.
You want to see a cleanly played game for sure. But, hey, Mississippi will take those penalties. They're just fine with it. 6 minutes left in the second. 1st and 10. At the 38. Bushman to the air. Blitz picked up. Goes deep over the middle. It's caught by Landry. Popped out of her hands. And they're going to call it incomplete. Landry did not make a football move. And a really nice job by Takira Mitchell to put the hit on. Or rather, that was Kamisha Andrew, just as soon as Landry brought the ball in.
I mean, the mistakes are just there. They're not holding on to these balls. I'm not sure what's really going on. I mean, they're going to have to make big adjustments coming out in that second half.
Substitution at linebacker. Lukasiewicz back in for Mississippi. 2nd down and 10 for Texas at the 38 of the Panthers. Trying to strike first in the 9 Cup. Here comes another blitz. Bushman stands, hit from the backside and sacked. A big-time play by Cassidy Winter. That sack is good for 8 yards, 3rd and 18.
It seems like that hit was a little bit heavy on Bushman as she did get up limping a little bit. She's feeling it a little bit. Wow, this is a game. This is a game, John.
Yumika Webb going up against Cassidy Winder, and she just got beat off the line. And now Texas has a 3rd down and 18. This time, it's not a mistake by Texas, but an enormous play drawn up by Mississippi to pick up the sack. Only 3 on the play clock.
You can tell Mississippi's coming out here trying to make those adjustments.
Bushman, backside pressure, throws it right. It is complete. Jackson makes the grab. Isn't going to have the first down as she wrestles her way to the 35-yard line. Picks up half of what she needed for the first down and more, an 11-yard gain, so it's 4th down and 7, and the offense stays on the field for Texas. That's a long throw by Bushman. Pretty much left hash to right side numbers.
Yeah, that was a great pass. She has a great arm.
Can make all the throws coming out of retirement to try to lead the Spartans to a championship again. Now 4th down and 7. Big play in this game with 4.5 left in the second quarter. Bushman takes in the low snap. Plenty of time. Deep over the middle. It's caught by Jackson. First down to the 20. And another trip to the red zone for Texas as the Spartans move it on a 17-yard hookup between Brittany Bushman and Maria Jackson.
They've got that first down. The ball is on the 18 right now. I'm excited to see if they're going to get in that end zone.
Remember, both times they've been in the red zone. Texas has been pushed back by unsportsmanlike conduct penalties on running backs, getting into it with the players that just tackled them. Can Texas keep their cool here? Yarborough is the deep back. She was dinged up earlier this drive. She's back out there now from the 18. On first down, broken play, but Yarborough gets the ball and starts to rumble inside the 15, down to the 10, all the way to the 8.
You know what? Mississippi's defense is going to have to do something about Yarborough because she's going to be running over them all night. They've got to figure out some way where those linebackers and DBs can make sure they wrap her up because she's coming out of that backfield crazy.
It's going to be a 1st and goal after a timeout by Mississippi with 3:21 left in the second quarter. Texas trying to get on the board for the first time in the 9 Cup. Here's a word from our sponsors.
We'd like to extend a special thank you to one of our official sponsors, Dallas Slingshot. This weekend, Dallas Slingshot is providing their incredible slingshot vehicles for our championship players and all-pros, adding an extra touch of excitement and style to the festivities. These 3-wheeled roadsters are not only a thrill to drive, but also a symbol of the celebration and recognition of the hard work, dedication, and talent of our top athletes. You'll see our standout athletes riding in these eye-catching vehicles all week long, thanks to the generosity and support of the Dallas Slingshot.
Call Jennifer.
.321 left in the second quarter. No score in the 9 Cup between the Texas Elite Spartans, 4-time defending champs, and the Mississippi Panthers. And Texas is inside the 10-yard line for the first time. A 1st and goal at the 8. And out of the timeout, Bushman sends two receivers left, one to the right, has Kelly as the fullback to her right, and Yarborough, who has been unbelievable as the deep back. Handoff to Yarborough, sprints right side and into an 8-player box, and picks up only 2 before she's tucked back. A 2-yard gain, 2nd and goal from the 6. Yarborough has 5 plays where she's gained at least 10 yards. She has gained chunks, but now she has to go after the hard yards as Mississippi has brought 5 players in on the line and is playing 3 linebackers. Here's 2nd and goal from the 6. Again, Yarborough slanting left, through a tackle at the 5, spinning to the 3, down to the 1. Another 5 hard yards for Yarborough. It's 3rd and goal from the 1. And this is going to be a challenge for Mississippi to try to keep this Texas team off the board. 3rd and goal from the 1, just inside the right hash. Bushman looks sideline. Odessa Jenkins signals in the play. Bushman, handoff, Kelly going left, and it doesn't work out. She's slammed down. That is read extremely well by the defensive line and the linebackers. Carla Odom makes the stop, and it's 4th and goal from the 1. No gain for Kelly.
Yeah, Yarborough's a hard runner. In order to stop her, you're going to have to try to put everybody in the box to try to stop her from getting to that goal line.
And that's what Mississippi has done. Is it Yarborough? Is it Kelly? Does it go to the air here? On 4th and goal from the 1-yard line. Bushman throws to the end zone. It is incomplete. Slant route looking for McBay. Played extremely well in the one-on-one defense by Kamisha Andrew. Turnover on downs. Mississippi keeping Texas off the board. Andrew, who ended a previous drive with an interception, comes up with the pass breakup here on that slant route intended for Ashley McBay. And on 4th and goal, the Spartans are turned away.
You know what? That was great defense by Kanisha Andrews. I was worried about her a little bit down here because she was in a kind of a bail technique for a second, and I'm thinking she could have came up, but I guess she took it to her advantage and was able to knock the ball down.
But now Mississippi has to scrimmage from their own 1-yard line, and it's going to be Regina Jackson taking the snap here from the end zone. Snap's got to be good. It is. Jackson sweeping right. Has room. 5-yard line, 10-yard line. Here goes Regina Jackson. Jackson off to the races. Midfield. Jackson chugging. Trying to go 99. Regina Jackson will do it. 99 yards to the house.
Wow.
For the WNFC MVP, and Mississippi is up 6-0.
Man, that was a great run from RJ3. She just took that ball 99 yards. You know she's the league MVP for a reason. She can do it all. Great blocks by her her offense.
How this game has changed in a moment.
I love the fact that how one of her tackles were able to come down, get to her right when she started slowing down at the 20-yard line, but was able to pick up that defender and knock them out for her to be able to get all the way back into the end zone.
Incredible. The defense gets it done, and 1 play later, Regina Jackson with one of the biggest plays of her career, going quarterback sweep right and into the end zone. And now Mississippi puts the ball back at the 10-yard line. Instead of going for the extra point, the 1, they're going to go for 2 here. And see if they can advance the lead. You can go for 1, 2, or 3 this season in the WNFC. And Melise Brown back in at quarterback with 5 receivers. Brown for the extra point to the end zone. It's incomplete. And the game will stand at 6-0 after the 99-yard touchdown run by Regina Jackson.
Regina Jackson has been a problem all season, and she's going to be a problem for these Texas Elite Spartans if they want to get on the board. That was a great quarterback sweep.
Of course, when the quarterback is running, you've got the advantage as the offense. You've got them outmanned. And Panthers did exactly what they were supposed to do. Such a well-coached team. Head coach LeSteven Jackson, WNFC Coach of the Year, back-to-back Eastern Conference champs now, and Mississippi has the first score in the 2024 9 Cup. I think we just saw one of the most
exhilarating plays.
One of the best plays in league history, I
yes.
think. And especially if Mississippi goes on to win this game, it will be remembered for years and years.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they showed that play on ESPN tomorrow morning.
Regina Jackson going 99 yards. Incredible. There is time for Texas to strike back, and they've got electric players that can get it done. And on the kickoff, it's in the direction of Thomas. Thomas, one of the fastest players in the league as well. Thomas slipping through a tackle, but not a second, up to the 30-yard line, 1:08 left in the second quarter. And the Spartans have the ball. They have 2 timeouts left and 1:08 to try to work down the field, and one of the best passers in women's football history back there. So what do you want to see from Texas on this drive?
I really want to see Texas, for one, I want to see the quarterback take a little bit of that air off those passes for those receivers to get it, but also for these receivers to catch the ball. You know, they're slowing down a lot. They're not, it seems like, I don't know if they're tired from the warm-ups or just being anxious, but they've just got to give a little bit more effort. Like we said, they are the defending champs, but right now the game is out of their hands. So
3 times the Spartans have been in the red zone. They've been turned away all 3 times. Bushman going to the air on first down. Slant route, Landry in and out of her hands. And once again, the defense was there by Andrew, and then Lukasevich was in the area to help knock it away as well. 7 seconds come off the clock, 1:01 left in the first half.
You know, Liz Landry is an elite DB and receiver, so it is so odd for her to drop these passes. I've seen her drop 3. She's probably dropped more, but I've seen her drop 3 of these passes tonight.
Another all-pro season for Landry. Had 2 touchdown receptions in the regular season. The firefighter, originally from Beaumont. It's been a big part of the 4 championships for Texas. Bushman stepping up, firing, caught by McBay. McBay slips a tackle and has a first down. McBay should have tried to go out of bounds at midfield. The clock will stop momentarily with 51 seconds left in the half, but look in the backfield. There's a flag down, a hold on Texas. This is coming back. Another big mistake by the Spartans.
I mean, I don't know what's going on with the Spartans. Something's going to have to happen in that locker room. These flags are just flying left and right for their team. Face mask.
Instead of a hold, a personal foul face mask. So that is going to send it back to the 15-yard line. And a 2nd and 25 from there with 51 seconds left in the half. So that wipes out what could have been a 20-yard play, 35 hidden yards on that hold, or excuse me, that personal foul face mask. And with Mississippi up on Texas, 6-0. Now Texas going under center. And the Spartans going to go ahead and kneel it here. And Mississippi does have timeouts if they want to use them. But they may just be content to go to halftime with a 6-0 advantage. Mississippi won the regular season matchup 15-14. Of course, Texas did not have Brittany Bushman in that one. She came back out of retirement to rejoin the team late in the regular season, led them to a conference championship on the West Coast, and then back in the 9 Cup championship game. But the Spartans shut out in the first half. Mississippi on the strength of a 99-yard touchdown run by league MVP Regina Jackson. Up 6-0 at the half in the 2024 9 Cup. We'll step away. The second half back in a flash right here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, glad to have you back with us. Hey, Alex and Craig. Alex and Craig, gentlemen, what's your thoughts? They're going to give a nice little pregame or a postgame honors show across the board, so we don't have much time to talk. I have to listen to everything across the board, but we'll have a chance even after this to say, hey, your overall thoughts on stats-wise. Hey, let me pull them up real quick, kiddos. Alex, go ahead, buddy. I need to know your thoughts, man.
Well, I just,
because we're drooling right now, buddy. I mean, we are.
The defense of Mississippi, that bend but don't break defense, has been outstanding. They've both played great defense on both sides, but the way that Mississippi has been able to hold off in the red zone, and we talked about it in the pregame, Texas really struggled to finish when they moved the ball well in that first matchup, and you can see there the breakdown of the stats. If not for the 99-yard run, Mississippi's.
That was it, man. Come on, that was awesome. But that came off of. It's a change of plays. Craig, talk to me about that whole concept of just change of situations right there.
Yeah, you go from it's 3rd and 1. All right, at the 1, and you try to fool Mississippi by running the fullback on a little inside dive play. They make the play for no gain. You come back and try to throw the little slug route, on 4th and 1, good coverage, gets the ball out. And then when you see Regina Jackson in the shotgun, you know who's getting the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And that play was wide open. As soon as the ball was snapped, Alex can be my witness that when I saw her running right, I said, she's got it, because they had the defensive end pinned. And then, that was just perfectly blocked. And then they did a great job of not blocking in the back down the field and making sure.
It got
an
crazy.
Excellent hustle play by Rashida Young to get down the field and make the block as well.
All right, we're going to go to the On the Star focus here. They're going to give some halftime acknowledgments. We'll be right back with Adam.
Nope.
Sorry, buddy, I'm tired.
Mm-hmm.
Craig and Alex. You got to change your name, kiddo.
Team of the Year, the Seattle Majesticks. Coach of the Year, the Steven Jackson from the Mississippi Panthers, currently 6-0. Your shutdown defensive back of the year, Deshaun Lee. From the Washington Prodigy. The Special Teams Player of the Year from the Texas Elite Spartans, your Trench Player of the Year, Johanna Aspenberg from the San Diego Rebellion. And this year we have a new award with the introduction of the Pick 9 this season. Our longest Pick 9 this season was for 90 yards back for a touchdown from the Washington Prodigy to Noy Jones. Tomorrow, come get here. Last night at Louisville High School, we had one of the most competitive WNFC All-Pro games. I'm here to announce your MVPs for that game. Team Washington, Team King, with a final score of 21-7. Your offensive player of the game from Team King and the Washington Prodigy, Lexi Floor. She will get her award shortly. Your defensive player of the game from Team Blochko and the Atlanta Phoenix, Mars Everhart. You will also get her award shortly. And your 2024 overall MVP for the WNFC All-Pro game from the Seattle Majestics, Pina. Everyone, stay tuned for an amazing second half. Awards after the game for the championship teams. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you very much.
The shot fires and
saw some all-pro highlights. Hey, gentlemen, I'm going to bring you in right now and let you have a little chance to talk because it's still our halftime show. That's the best part about a halftime show is that it's our halftime show, man. Let's have a little fun. Gentlemen, talk to me a little bit about the first half.
Go ahead, Alex.
Well, the first half, if you like defense, which I do, then you're in for a treat watching the first half of this game. It was 0-0 till about a minute left. And then Regina Jackson busted off maybe the best play in the history of the WNFC. A 99-yard quarterback lead, power, whatever you want to call it, off the right side. Craig and I saw it immediately when they lined it up. And it is off the back, though, of outstanding bend, don't break defense played by the Mississippi Panthers. 3rd and goal, as Craig said before the highlights, 3rd and goal, and they got the stop on both plays back-to-back from the 1, and it was all she wrote once you get RJ3 running down the field.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Texas could have looked at it, and they've played pretty stout defense the entire first half. They held, they're barely over 50 yards passing for Mississippi. And then you look at it, and Regina Jackson has 101 yards on 2 carries. So, I mean, that 99-yard play right now is the highlight signature play of the first half. But you can't overlook what Texas did on offense. They dominated the game up front. And, kind of conspicuous by her absence was Thomas because she only had 2 carries for 23 yards.
Well, and she's been absent from the offense because she's been playing defense, something that we haven't seen all year. But I think you mentioned it. It's a matchup thing.
Yes.
They got Thomas out there because of all of the speed and athleticism that Mississippi brings to the table in the skill position part of the field. So you get Thomas out there. She's been playing inside linebacker. She's been playing corner. She's like we talked about in the pregame. Regina Jackson is solidifying her case as the best player in the league, and we've known what she can do for a long time. I made the point in pregame that I don't know that we've seen the best out of Tara Thomas, and you know what? I think we're seeing the best out of Tara Thomas tonight. You talked about Regina Jackson. We've seen her play DB. We've seen her return kicks, all these different things. All of a sudden now we're seeing Tara Thomas do it, and it's been fun to watch, but her absence in the running game is definitely felt. But Destiny Yarborough running the football has been outstanding.
Yeah, 11 carries for 80 yards. Probably if, they had it to do all over again, they give her the football on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. But, that's over and done with. If you're Texas, you've got to feel pretty good with where you're at. They had 9 or I think 10 first downs in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
And, when you look at it, they had 10 first downs. Mississippi had 8. So it's been we talk about the defense, but, realistically, it's been really good defense in spurts because the ball has been moved. Texas will look back at the penalties that they had that took them out of a couple of drives when they were inside the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
And, right now what Mississippi hasn't done in this game that they did in the first game, they haven't been able to hit the big pass play. The first play of the game, if Regina Jackson catches that out route, she's on the sideline and we may have had an early score, but a little bit of the drops early on for both teams. So now I expect it to, pick up in the second half.
Is the spot for the 9-Cup championship game, the 5th championship of the WNFC, and here in year number 5. The 4-time defending champion on the ropes at halftime. Down to the Mississippi Panthers, 6-0. The Texas Elite Spartans, though, set to get the ball first to start the second half. I'm John Little, alongside a pro football player herself, Tony Harris, and the rest of our crew. And Tony, quite a shocking first half, especially that 99-yard touchdown run by Regina Jackson. If our viewers missed it, they missed quite a moment.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal run from the league MVP. I mean, that probably put Mississippi over the top with their motivation. I know they're going to come out strong this second half as well. So we want to really see how Texas is going to respond coming out.
Texas has been in the red zone 3 times and got denied on a 4th and 1. They have not scored in the first half, and as we go to the second half, they stand to get the football. After a line drive kickoff down to Liz Landry at the 20. Landry looking to the middle, but an excellent open field tackle made at the 27-yard line by Alexandra Lukasevich, who that is a tough player to bring down, and Landry so strong, but Lukasevich made the stop in the open field. And so the Texas Elite Spartans start from their own 27-yard line. As we look at the first half stats, they're pretty even. They wouldn't have been even if not for that 99-yard touchdown run by Regina Jackson. However, Texas with 132 total yards, 85 on the ground, 47 through the air. Mississippi 118 on the ground, 51 through the air for 169 yards total, and a turnover on either side. But Texas was very good on the ground in the first half, especially Destiny Yarborough. But they send McVay in motion. Yarborough gets the handoff, has some space, out past the 30, 35-yard line, and it takes several players to bring her down. Another 11-yard gain for Destiny Yarborough.
Now, I know we talked about it a little bit, how Mississippi's defense is going to have to make some adjustments coming out here with Texas's receivers, because they haven't run those receivers as much as in the second quarter, because Yarborough's been running the ball a lot. But once they start getting those balls to those receivers, they're going to have to change that coverage.
What concerns you about Mississippi's coverage in the defensive backfield in the first half?
I think it's mainly because we know Texas has some fast receivers. Liz Landry being one of them. She is an elite speed runner, but they're playing a lot of bail technique, so sooner or later Texas is going to start taking advantage of that.
Handoff to McVay on the jet sweep, and she's got some speed coming out of the slot, up the sideline for a 10-yard pickup, and a first down for Ashley McVay. McVay, who has played some running back in her past with Texas. This is her third year with the Spartans. This year transitioning to the running back spot, and the slot receiver spot, I should say, taking over for Brittany Satterwhite, who stepped away from the game after helping the team to a championship last year. Out to the 48-yard line, 1st and 10. Texas has 2 plays and 21 yards on their first 2 plays of the second half. Another give, this time to Yarborough, but she is stuck right in the hole. Excellent play to push her back by Bookie Bradford, a 2-yard loss. Bradford out of Clarksdale, Mississippi, the 5'7", 230-pounder, had 15 tackles and 5 for loss in the regular season. The TFL here makes it 2nd down and 12 for Texas. The Spartans down 6-0 to the Mississippi Panthers, a team that beat them 15-14. First time the two teams matched up. Out to the slot. It's dropped. Amanda Heilman, her second drop of the game. That leaves a 3rd down 12.
I know she probably felt that little pressure coming in front of her.
Bubble screen doesn't go Heilman's way. And for Texas, they're in a 3rd down and 12 position. Have you seen this Texas Elite team pressing in the first half at all?
No, honestly, I haven't. I think they can do a better job at that as well.
Well, on 3rd down and 12, the single receiver to the right side in Jackson and 3 left. Bushman goes to the air, goes deep, down the left side, slot in the air and knocked away, incomplete. Great ranging play by the safety to knock it away on a ball intended for Ashley McVay. But that is a great play by Makia Williams, the safety.
Yeah, you had a lot of defenders right there in that little circle right there. It was kind of hard to see who would have probably come up with that ball, but great job by her.
Excuse me, a Miracle Mitchell with the play there, number 0 at the safety spot. And so on 4th down, right now the special teams unit coming on for the Spartans. The special teams player of the year, the All-Pro, Kara Wiesman, who's been an excellent kicker this year, to punt. No rush, and Wiesman gets it away. And it takes a great bounce for Mississippi, and having to dive on top of it on the far side of the field at the 42-yard line is Shantia Creech. So excellent field position for Mississippi. For the Panthers offensively in the first half, let's take the Regina Jackson play out of it. It was spectacular. What did they do well in the first half offensively?
We're talking about
Mississippi.
Yeah, Mississippi. So, with Mississippi.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, go ahead and repeat that question. I had to fix this.
Oh, yeah, we will. And I was just going to ask what they did well in the first half.
Well, I think Mississippi has done a really good job getting past the Texas Elite Spartans. They've run that ball a little bit, but they're just, they're trying to stay consistent with their run game and getting those receivers out there with those passes. I think Texas can, not be as aggressive when it comes to their defense with those receivers, but really just trying to stay consistent because right now, like we said, with taking RG3 out of it, they've got points on the board and Texas doesn't.
Yeah, Janae Walker with a first down run. Melise Brown was a big focal point of the offense early. She had a couple of big runs, and obviously at the quarterback spot, she's been able to complete more than half of her passes. For this play, false start coming against Mississippi.
And I believe, was it that 12-yarder that really set them up in the beginning of that first quarter with Melise Brown?
Yeah, and Brown has a 12-yard run and a 10-yard run in this one. But then a couple plays later, she and Janae Walker missed on a handoff and fumbled the football in Texas Elite Spartan territory. Each team with a turnover in the first half. But Mississippi up 6-0. This is a second down 14. Brown, right side slot. Jackson, so much room. Cuts it back on Weathered. And Jackson all the way out to the 46-yard line to make it a third down and more manageable third down about 8. That's a 6-yard pickup, almost 7 really, and it'll be a third down and 7 for the Panthers. Third down and a long 6. 2 receivers either way for Melise Brown. Brown into the slot, Jackson again. Jackson has the speed and easily picks up the first down. Mississippi is just absolutely picking on Texas defensively. Texas has nobody over one of the best players in the league, and Regina Jackson.
Yeah, you've always got to have somebody covering a player like RJ3.
So Jackson, 2 grabs and 15 yards later, helps her team pick up a key third down. And a new set of downs at the 46-yard line of Texas for Mississippi. Early on in the third quarter, Spartans had to punt on their opening drive. 3 receivers right for Brown. Hand off to Walker. Stutter steps, looks back left, slam down. Late on the play, there is a flag that comes in. So the gain was 2, but we'll see about the flag that came down in the backfield after the play. And it's going to be on Texas.
These penalties are just racking up for the Texas Elite Spartans. 15 yards.
It's on Alina Markle. Markle with unnecessary roughness. So 15 from the end of the run down to the 29 of Texas. And Mississippi getting better and better field position. An opportunity to go up by a couple scores if they can put it in the end zone. Shanice Wheeler comes on to play a running back spot for Mississippi. Melise Brown in shotgun, sending Coleman in motion. Brown running it herself, picks a spot, taken down from the side, a gain of 3. Second down and 7. So the Panthers trying to take advantage of these huge penalties. Of course, Texas offensively has picked up several big penalties to get them out of scoring position, out of field goal range, out of the opportunity to score a touchdown. And now this one has Mississippi down deep into Texas territory. On second down, quick throw out to Jackson. Flag comes down. Jackson not able to pick up the first down. She goes down after a 4-yard pickup. It'll be third down 3, but check this flag. Tough break against Mississippi. Hands to the face against Voldavia Roberts. And this may really hurt Mississippi. It's going to be a 15-yard penalty.
It's their first 15 penalty of the night, correct?
I believe it is, as far as their first major penalty like this.
Yes.
They've been much more disciplined than Texas has been so far. A lot of time to go, 9 minutes left in the third quarter. But for the Panthers, now they're facing a second down and very, very long. It's be a second down and 22 to go, I should say, back at the 41. Regina Jackson has the only score for either side. Jackson lining up at quarterback at a 99-yard run late in the first half. A pop pass left to right. Rashida Young. Flag is down. Young is out of bounds. Down at the 37-yard line after the gain of 4 on the pass, but will it hold up?
We haven't seen anything. We've seen these flags be thrown left to right.
The initial indication is a hold against Mississippi. Natalie Nix, one of the wide receivers who is trying to block for Rashida Young, picks up the penalty here. So with all that, takes it back to the 47-yard line. And back-to-back penalties for Mississippi. These are really tough for the Panthers. They were trying to take a stranglehold lead on this game. Mississippi, the undefeated team coming in. Texas, the team that has only been beaten once in the WNFC by this Mississippi club. Dancing to the left, and down is Melise Brown after a gain of only 2. There just wasn't much there. Now it's third down and a bundle. 3rd and 27 for Mississippi. Mississippi Panthers trying to go on an extended drive and get in the end zone. Another substitution at the running back spot. Stephanie Hobson comes in for Mississippi for the first time. So here's 3rd down and 27. Only 5 on the play clock for Brown. Brown throwing right. It is complete out of the backfield and thrown down at the 44-yard line, and a good one-on-one tackle is Stephanie Hobson. And that brings up a 4th down for Mississippi. And thanks to the huge 2 penalties on that drive, Tony, it'll be punting time for Mississippi.
Yeah, Mississippi kind of did better in the first half. They had a lot of success. But, you know, they're starting to rack up those penalties a little bit out here in this second half. But we're going to see what's going to happen.
Ashley McBay back deep to return this punt. Some confusion for Mississippi as far as who is supposed to be on the field right now. They don't have enough linemen across. And actually, they're looking for a blocking back, and here's the penalty. It's going to be a delay of game on Mississippi. So the Panthers here, after we saw the Texas Elite Spartans really struggling with their execution, especially penalty-wise in the first half, it's been Mississippi in the second half.
Yeah. I mean, they've had 4 penalties in the last 10 minutes.
Most of them costly. Jackson into punt on 4th and 30. It bounces into Jackson, barely gets the punt away. It pops straight up in the air, doesn't even make it to midfield. And this really porous punt is only going to go for 4 yards. Didn't even make it back to the line of scrimmage before bouncing. An excellent field position for the Texas Elite Spartans with 6:03 to play in the third quarter. The Spartans, an excellent offensive team, somehow held off the board so far, and they will try once more to get on the board tonight. Remember last year in the 9 Cup, in the championship game, they thrashed Mississippi 49-7. So far, it's the Panthers up 6-0. I'm John Little alongside Tony Harris and our whole crew. Texas takes over at their own 47. Bushman with 3 receivers into the slot. McVay makes that hands catch, tries to rush back to the outside, but an excellent open field stop is made by Mary Woodard, the all-pro defensive back, for a loss of 3. As a DB yourself, what'd you like about that play?
Sorry, John, I can't even get into that play right now. I was going over this note, but catch me on the next one.
2nd down and 13. 5.5 to play here in the third. 6-0 advantage for Mississippi. Brittany Bushman has a tight end left and the covey of receivers to the right. Bushman throwing deep, right side, and it's underthrown and intercepted. Mitchell down the sideline looking for a pick 9. She's got a convoy. Mitchell to the 10. Mitchell knocked out of bounds.
Oh my gosh.
Down at the 4-yard line. Now there is a flag back at the 39. But Takira Mitchell with the interception, nearly taking it back for the 9-point pick 9. We'll see when this flag came down, though. It's going to be very big, Tony. Was this on the return, or was this something that happened in the backfield before the throw? The offense is still out there for Texas right now.
I think it was something that happened on the return in the midst of her running down the sideline here to the left. That was an amazing pick. They say angles are so important for DBs when it comes to those picks. I thought the ball was going to Texas's receiver, but obviously Mitchell came up with it.
And again, the offense is still out there for Texas. I wonder if Texas feels like this is on Mississippi before the throw or not. Three fouls after.
So before and after.
All right, so the interception is going to count, and all of the penalties were post-play, including a block in the back. And then you had offsetting sideline interference penalties as well, which will not factor in. So the biggest thing is, though, that Mississippi continues to stymie Texas. This Spartans team that scored 49 points in the championship game last year, 48 the year before that. They are still shut out with 5:01 left in the third after another big defensive play by Mississippi. Takira Mitchell with the latest interception. The second pick thrown by one of the best quarterbacks of all time in Brittany Bushman. Now on first down for Mississippi, it's Regina Jackson in at quarterback and running left the whole way. Jackson up the sideline and escorted out after a minimal gain. And Jackson picks up 2 to the 48-yard line. Jackson had the 99-yard touchdown run at the end of the second quarter with under 2 minutes left in the second quarter. That was right after the Mississippi Panthers defense had stood up on a 4th and 1 and forced an incompletion in the end zone. 4th and goal to keep Texas off the board. Jackson's going to stay in at quarterback here on 2nd down and 8. Their team up 6-0, 4:35 and counting into third. High snap and the handoff to Walker, and Walker is brought down hard. Great stop right at the point of attack. 2 players were there. Reese Green, the linebacker from Monroe, Louisiana, makes the stop along with Tammy Moore. No gain, it's 3rd down. Panthers trying to take advantage of turning Texas over for the second time tonight. 6-0, Mississippi lead. This is all in the 9 Cup championship. Jackson to the air for the first time. Now she scrambles. Jackson can't make it past the first wave. She picks up 4 when she needed 8. It's 4th down and 4 Mitchell on the stop. We'll see if Mississippi goes for it on fourth.
You know, I think the Texas Elite Spartans are coming on to that run where she's running with that ball. She might have to get that ball out of her hands to those receivers in order for them to gain some ground and some yardage.
Well, Jackson, the MVP of the league, still out there at quarterback. And Mississippi going for it on 4th down and 4 from the 48 of the Spartans. And on the hard count, the Texas Elite Spartans jump off sides. Tammy Moore makes contact on encroachment. 1st down, Mississippi. Great job there by Mississippi to go for the hard count. And with 3:15 left here in the 3rd quarter, the Panthers move the ball on the penalty. Too many players on the field for Texas unless they got the timeout first, and they did. So Texas calls timeout with 3:06 left in the 3rd quarter. And the score, Mississippi 6, Texas nothing. This is the 2024 Cup. Here's a word from our sponsors.
Sporting Goods Foundation for their incredible support. This weekend, the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation is proudly powering the Got Her Back charity dedicated to empowering and supporting female athletes. Got Her Back is all about celebrating the achievements of women and girls in football, providing resources, and creating opportunities for young girls to pursue their athletic dreams. Thanks to the generous backing of the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation, we're able to host a range of impactful events this weekend that inspire and uplift women and girls in football. Their commitment to fostering growth. We're excited to bring you all the action streaming live on Caffeine TV and DAZN. Whether you're here in the stands or watching from home, you won't miss a moment of action. Caffeine TV and DAZN are premier platforms that bring sports fans closer to the action with high-quality, real-time streaming. Their commitment to providing an exceptional viewing experience makes it possible for fans around the world to join us in celebrating the best in women's football. Thank you for tuning in, and get ready for an unforgettable day of championship football, brought to you live on Caffeine TV
Texas
and
Elite
DAZN.
Spartans have the 4-time defending champions. The Mississippi Panthers, meanwhile, they're the regular season champions, if you will, the only undefeated team in the league this season. Texas knocked off an undefeated program in San Diego last week to make it to the 9 Cup yet again, but it is Mississippi the lead in this defensive battle, 6-0, 3:06 left in the 3rd quarter. Panthers with the football, 1st and 10 from the 43. And Melise Brown back in at quarterback, scrambles left, and Brown to the sideline, stays in bounds, cuts back in. Creech is there to slam her down, but Texas could not hold in the slippery Melise Brown, who makes the gain down to the 28-yard line. 15 yards on the run for Melise Brown. For Brown, that is her 3rd 10-plus yard gain on the ground, the 3rd time in this game that she has picked up a 1st down with her legs. Janae Walker goes down on 1st down. She backs her way for 1, maybe 2 yards. 2:20 remaining in the 3rd quarter. 6-0 the advantage for Mississippi. The Texas Elite Spartans certainly in a position they have not been in the last few years in the championship game. However, they have played some close games in the postseason this year. Beating Seattle by 7, beating San Diego by 5. Brown out of the gun on 2nd down and 8 from the 25. Brown, another handoff to Walker. Walker slanting left through a tackle. But the 3rd wave able to take her down as she has stood up and ripped back by Ariel Wilkes. Wilkes, who has played a lot at the defensive line spot, is able to come from her defensive tackle position and make the tackle for only a gain of 2. Mississippi a 3rd down and 6. Certainly in 4-down territory here with 1:15. To the third quarter. Last time Mississippi was in this position, 4th down and 4. They went with the hard count. Texas jumped off sides. Will Mississippi do something similar here? Brown waiting on the snap. Hard count. Texas holds their water. Brown still holding. Looking at the sideline. The play call being changed. 6 on the play clock. 4th and 4. Snap back to Brown. Steps up, wings it up the sideline, has a player open. It is tipped away and incomplete. What a play by Jewel Grimsley. Coming from her safety spot, taking away a sure touchdown from Natalie Dix. Turnover on downs.
And that is exactly how you play defense like that. Coming up that, crossing over, making sure those hips get out there, taking that angle right there. She's seen it. She didn't have her eyes too long on the quarterback, but she's seen that there were no receivers right there in her vision. She was the receiver was by herself. That was great defense.
And a turnover on downs for Mississippi with 4 seconds left in the third quarter. Mississippi continues to lead this defensive battle 6-0. The only score, a 99-yard touchdown run by Regina Jackson. And now this Texas Elite Spartan team shut out for the first 3 quarters of this matchup, has one more play here in the third.
We're moving into the fourth quarter, and it looks like the Panthers are the ones that are on the roll right now.
Bushman in the gun. McBay in motion. Hand off to McBay. Sweeping. Cuts it up. 25. 30. Her feet cut out at the 33 for the gain of 12 on the last play of the third quarter. McBay is down. Hopefully, she'll be able to come back up to her feet as she took a hit low. And at the end of 3, the score in the 9 Cup championship game, the Mississippi Panthers 6, the 4-time defending Texas Elite Spartans, the defending champ of this league 4 years running, nothing. The fourth quarter coming up next.
We'd like to extend a special thank you to NFL Alumni DFW. The NFL Alumni Association is dedicated to serving former players, their families, and communities through a variety of programs and initiatives. NFL Alumni DFW's support of the WNFC Championship weekend is a testament to their commitment to advancing the game of football and supporting the next generation of athletes. Their involvement not only enhances the experience for our players and fans, but also strengthens the bond within the football community. As we celebrate the talent and achievements of our athletes this weekend, let's also recognize the invaluable contributions of NFL Alumni DFW. Thank you for being an integral part of the WNFC Championship weekend and for your continued support of women's football. We'd like to extend
Welcome back to the fourth quarter of the 2024 9 Cup, the championship game of the WNFC. I'm John Little, back alongside Tony Harris for the final quarter. It is the Mississippi Panthers up 6-0 on the 4-time defending champion Texas Elite Spartans. By the way, Ashley McBay, the slot receiver for Texas, had a tough time getting off the field. Couldn't do it under her own power. Seemed like a really bad cramp. As we go to the fourth quarter with the 1st and 10 from the 32. Destiny Yarborough has had a great game at running back, is able to make her way through a tackle with a twisting move and pick up 6 on first down. Destiny Yarborough has been outstanding for Texas. Almost picks up 7 on the play. Brittany Bushman in the offense for the Texas Elite Spartans. Just trying to get on track. They have not been able to get in the end zone. They've been inside the red zone 3 times. Once even had a 1st and goal, but not able to punch it in. They've turned it over twice. Texas, 2nd down and 4 from their own 38. Bushman again to Yarborough. Yarborough through those arm tackles and able to stumble forward to pick up 6. Back-to-back big-time runs by Destiny Yarborough. 1st down. Yarborough's been running hard all game. Texas Elite Spartans were held to just 28 yards of offense in the 3rd quarter. And after 3, Mississippi now leading in total yardage 225 to 160. It was one play that turned the tide, the 99-yard run by Regina Jackson. That's the difference. Spartans from their own 44 on a 1st down and 10, early 4th quarter. Bushman out of the gun. Straight back to pass. Throws it deep up the right side, and it's caught by Jackson. Wow, a backpedaling Bushman just had to get it away off her back foot as the blitz was coming. 8-yard gain. So a gain of 8, and it's 2nd down and 2 for Texas. Bushman putting it on the money, even though there was a lot of air up underneath that one. Two minutes gone in the 4th quarter. 6-0 is the lead for Mississippi. Texas trying to turn it around on a 2nd and 2 from the 47-yard line. Make it the 48. Kelly fumbles. It is recovered, and then on the ground again, Mississippi says they have it as Jelani Kelly popped it in the air, and it is recovered by Mississippi.
These are not mistakes Texas has to make, that they have to make. They cannot be making mistakes like this. They're still down. They haven't scored yet, and now they turn the ball over to Mississippi.
Monique Larial was the initial player that made the recovery. She had it stripped, and then Carla Odom stabbed it at the 49-yard line. It is the 3rd turnover for the Spartans, and Mississippi takes over. And the Panthers take back possession, and the Spartans will have to lean on their defense to keep them in this game with 12:37 left in the 4th. Melise Brown at quarterback for Mississippi. She's gone most of the way. Regina Jackson has taken some snaps. 4-man rush. Brown steps up, commits to run. It's an illegal forward pass. She was across the line of scrimmage when she passed the football. That will not count. It'll be a loss of down for Mississippi and a penalty. Some quick reaction there by Brown, but she didn't realize that her entire body was already across the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that could have been a good play, but like you said, it was an illegal one.
Along with Tony Harris, I'm John Little. Great to have you with us tonight on a Sunday night from Frisco, just north of Dallas. The illegal forward pass. It's a spot foul, but they're marking off 5 yards from the place at which she threw it. So 2nd down, and 2nd down 13 for Mississippi. Texas has given up one big play to Mississippi, the 99-yard run by Regina Jackson. Other than that, they've kept Mississippi in front the rest of the night. The defense chant is on for the Spartan faithful. Melise Brown standing, winging. It is caught. Nice throw into the tight window, and Jackson makes the grab for the gain of 5 down to the 49.
You know, Mississippi's defense could have did a little better. They could have brought the defenders down, but had them at different levels, 3, 5, but instead they were too far apart, which gave them an advantage to be able to throw that ball right there in that tight pocket.
So it leaves a 3rd down. Remember that first play, the illegal forward pass, was a loss of down. So it leaves a 3rd down and 8 from the 49 of Texas for Mississippi. Brown has plenty of time to snap it as she looks to the sideline to the WNFC Coach of the Year, Stephen Jackson, and her offensive crew for the call. Four-man front. Brown, middle rush. Brown, sacked. And the ball comes free too, and there's a flag that comes down as well as Brown's helmet has come off. So she fumbles the football on the way through, but I think that the drive is going to continue on a face mask on Texas.
Yeah, it looked like it was a face mask because it looked like she was brought down from the back of her helmet, which made it come off.
We'll see what the referee has to say. What a huge penalty, yet another huge penalty, and that certainly has been the story of the game for Texas. Either drive-killing penalties or drive-continuing penalties, depending on which way you look at it. And the 15-yard mark-off takes it down to the 34 of Texas. And the Mississippi Panthers have a chance to take a stranglehold if they can get in the end zone. Texas Elite Spartans have only lost one game all time in the WNFC. And it was to this Mississippi Panthers team. Back in April, 15-14 the final score. Mississippi getting the win thanks to a 3-point conversion. And a timeout is called by Mississippi with 11:01 left in the fourth quarter. Don't go anywhere. The 9-Cup championship game continues in a moment.
We'd like to extend a special thank you to one of our official sponsors, Dallas Slingshot. This weekend, Dallas Slingshot is providing their incredible slingshot vehicles for our championship players and all-pros, adding an extra touch of excitement and style to the festivities. These three-wheeled roadsters are not only a thrill to drive, but also a symbol of the celebration and recognition of the hard work, dedication, and talent of our top athletes. You'll see our standout athletes riding in these eye-catching vehicles all week long, thanks to the generosity and support of the Dallas Slingshot. The mission of the WNFC is to accelerate equity for women and girls through the power of football. Thank you for having our back and sharing our love for the game. To learn more and stay connected, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Threads, X, TikTok, and LinkedIn. The mission of the WNFC
After
is to
the timeout by
equity.
Mississippi, the Panthers have 2 left. Texas has 2 left. We've got 11:01 left in regulation. John Little back with Tony Harris. The 9-Cup, the championship game of the WNFC. The East champions, Mississippi. The West champions, Texas. And it is a 1st and 10 at the 34 of Texas for the Panthers after the timeout. Melise Brown stepping up at quarterback, going deep to the left, has a receiver. It is caught down to the 3-yard line. Jasmine Coleman can't keep her feet, but makes a 31-yard grab deep up the seam, and it's 1st and goal.
We talked a little bit about this defense. Now, this defense has to be able to stay with the receiver. The cushion was broken, and she was all alone to be able to catch that ball. If she would have kept her feet, that would have been a touchdown for the Panthers.
There are some quarterbacks in this league where you can leave receivers open, and they just can't hit them. But Melise Brown's not one of them.
Oh, yeah, she has a slinger.
And Regina Jackson comes in as the quarterback here. A direct snap to Jackson from the 3. 1st and goal. Jackson probing left. Jackson cutting through. Jackson to the goal line. Touchdown, Mississippi! Regina Jackson has her 2nd touchdown run of the game, this time from 3 yards out. It's 12-0 Mississippi. What helped the Panthers get in the end zone there?
Well, they've got the most momentum of the night. That run that they just did where the receiver caught that pass over the middle but couldn't keep her feet, that helped them. And then them having Regina Jackson, I mean, they've got more motivation right now than Texas has, and their momentum just keeps rolling. She keeps rolling.
Well, Mississippi in the end zone again. Remember, it was a personal foul face mask that kept the drive going. Here's the extra point. It is up, and it is good for Mississippi to go up 13-0. The face mask kept the drive going. On the next play, Melise Brown goes deep up the seam and hits Jasmine Coleman, and then a play later, Regina Jackson tumbles in for her second touchdown run of the night, and Mississippi is up 13-0. They have a stranglehold on this one, and as they dance onto the field for the kickoff, this Panther bunch is feeling good and has their fans in a frenzy. Are the champs about to be dethroned? We'll find out. There's still 10:07 left in this matchup, but Mississippi is in a great spot, and the Spartans continue to shoot themselves in the foot.
You know, I had a chance to talk to the Mississippi Panthers right before this game began, talking to the head coach, and he said it. He said that Texas is not the only elite team in this league right now, and that they were coming to dethrone the champs.
And they have absolutely proved that so far as Alyssa McCarron prepares to kick off for Mississippi. Karen, this one checks up, but it's out of bounds. And Texas will have pretty good field position with the kick going out of bounds with a 13-0 lead for Mississippi on Texas. Now, if you're the Spartans, there have been times that you have moved the ball, and there have been times where you've just been unable to overcome big penalties. What do the Spartans need to do to get back in this game?
Well, these Spartans first need to find their footage. They've lost their footage. I mean, I think when we talked about it right when we were at halftime and before the second half, I think they're a little anxious and they got a lot going on because this is the only team that's ever beat them. So that's a lot of pressure right there in itself. They've also have to work together. You can see them getting a little frustrated out there because you can tell everybody's not on the same page.
Well, Mississippi put the league on notice by becoming the first team to ever beat Texas.
And it looks like they're trying to put them on notice for not being the only team to beat them in season, but to also beat them, the only team to beat them in season and in a championship game.
And Texas elects on the kickoff out of bounds to have a re-kick here. So there will be a 5-yard penalty and a re-kick coming from Mississippi. But exactly, Mississippi knocks off Texas 15-14 in the regular season, putting the whole league on notice, sending shockwaves through the league. And there have been years in the WNFC where it was the Spartans and everybody else. That is not the case right now.
No, it is not the case right now. Right now, this ball game is all Mississippi's.
Mississippi has made the big plays when necessary and taken advantage of Texas Elite Spartans' mistakes. They're trying to dethrone the champs. However, there is still time left, some time left for this Texas Elite Spartan team. Can they make a game of it? We'll find out. Still a lot of time left here in Frisco. Kickoff coming for Alyssa McCarron again, her last one going out of bounds. And Odessa Jenkins, the head coach of the Spartans, electing for a re-kick. Trying to get some kind of return. Kickoff is a line drive off of Heilman, reaching for it. Landry picks it up. Liz Landry with some space, dives up the middle, and Landry loses the football, but she was down by contact. Mississippi absolutely incensed that Landry was called down, but Landry down by contact at the 35, and Texas takes over there. 9:56 to play. When you look at Mississippi defensively, what have the Panthers done to keep Texas and, a two-time MVP in Brittany Bushman to keep them off the scoreboard so far?
Say that again, John.
What has Mississippi done to keep Texas off the scoreboard?
Well, they're competing at an elite level right now. Their receivers are getting jammed up. They're feeding off that energy of those receivers dropping those balls. I mean, they're going after it.
Brittany Bushman trying to lead a comeback. She has not been in this situation often. Delay handoff to Yarborough. Bounces it to the outside. Yarborough continues her huge game. And a 14-yard pickup to the 49 and moving the chains with 9:45 to play. Spartans continue to move it fairly well most of the time between the 20s tonight. Obviously, they've turned it over 3 times, which is inexcusable if you ask Odessa Jenkins. However, they have had some yardage turned up. Tara Thomas now in at running back. Bushman hands it to Thomas. Run blitz. Thomas gets away from one, but not a second. I wonder if you've got a face mask coming here against Alexandra Lukasevich. What'd you see?
You know, I think about it out here with this defense. I think they're starting to read Texas to see who's getting that ball and who's not, because as I've seen, when these receivers are not getting that ball, they're constantly staring down their quarterback, not running as hard. They're kind of running slowly. But when they're getting that ball, they're looking straight in the head and focused. So they're reading that defense, knowing that Yarber is going to be the one to get the ball.
And Tara Thomas there, of course, in at running back, and she is face masked by Lukasevich. And that is a huge penalty. Of course, 15 down to the 36-yard line of Mississippi. Can Texas get a quick score to try to put some pressure on the Panthers after Mississippi just scored a 3-yard touchdown run by Regina Jackson to go up 13-0. Bushman straight back to pass. Backside pressure, gets rid of it, throws it into traffic, and it is caught. Wow, what a grab by Maria Jackson in between 3 Panthers.
I mean, there's not a lot of quarterbacks in this league that can make plays like that, but Bushman is the one.
12-yard gain down to the 24. And move the chains again, but there is a flag. I wonder if you got, roughing the passer on Mississippi. That'll be a half the distance to the goal penalty from the end of the play, and Texas is in the red zone.
I wonder if this will be the moment where Texas can finally get into that end zone and get some points on the board, because we've got 8 minutes and 43 seconds left where the ball is on the 1st and 10, and we got to see if they can get in.
Mississippi calls timeout. Will step away as well. Panthers in control, 13-0. But Texas, again, knocking on the door. Here's a word from our sponsors.
We'd like to take a moment equity, and success
So the
for women
Spartans
in
back
sports.
in it and kicking off down 13-6. The kickoff by Wiesman is short. It checks up. It is picked up and fallen on by Mississippi as Raven Preston tries to return it. All right, rather that is Mary Woodard. Either way, Mississippi takes over at their own 27. Remember the first play of the game, Tony, the perfectly placed pooch kick down the right side by Texas, and they should have been able to recover it and had the ball first, but it's just been since then error after error for the Texas Elite Spartans, and Mississippi has taken advantage. Now can the Panthers put their foot on the throat of the Texas Elite Spartans and end it? We've got a long time to go here.
Yeah, 7 minutes and 37 seconds in a game is very long, and Texas is not one of those teams where you can actually count them out. Now they've got points on the board. They have that momentum. They have something to still fight for. It's not over just yet.
Brown calling for the snap and hands off. Walker, big room on the right side, and Walker ripped back by Alyssa Weathered. Weathered keeps her to 5 yards, but a pretty nice run by Janae Walker on first down. Texas has 2 timeouts left, Mississippi with 1. 7:14 in the clock running here in the fourth quarter. Panthers will try to take time off the clock on this march. See if they can go back up by 2 scores. Texas responded well on the previous drive. A 12-yard touchdown pass from Bushman to Heilman. Brown takes the snap. Another give to Walker. Walker, stepping in the hole. This time only picks up 2. Leaves a 3rd down and 3 as Lilo Fruin, second team All-Pro, makes the stop. I'm John Little alongside WNFC Pro Tony Harris at the 9 Cup championship game. Texas has been victorious in each of the first 4 9 Cups, beating Utah back pre-pandemic in 2018. 2019, I should say, and winning the last 3 here in the DFW area. Brown on 3rd and 3, and rather it's Jackson in at quarterback, and Jackson sweeps to the left, trying to make it to the edge, and she is taken down for only a gain of 1. Another quarterback sweep by Regina Jackson, but she comes up short. It is 4th down and 2. What do you do if you're Mississippi? Do you punt it away, or do you go for it here? It looks like they're making a change. Fake punt is always a possibility, but the special teams unit's coming on. What do you think about the call?
Well, I think if I were Mississippi, I'd go for it because right now you still have everything to lose. Like I said, Texas is not a team you can leave out. If they go for it, they can potentially either get some yard advantage and get down the field, or they could potentially get in the end zone and score and maybe shut it out for this Texas team.
Out of the punting formation, Jackson does punt it away. A short punt, and it checks up. Takes a good Texas roll back to midfield. And with 5:11 left, it's killed there. The Texas Elite Spartans, down 13-6 to the Mississippi Panthers, have a chance with the football in their hands, down by 7. What a game. Texas winning the last 4 championships, beating Mississippi last year 49-7. The year before that, Utah 48-12. The year before that, took down San Diego in a game played at Denton, and then called Apogee Stadium 27-6. And they took the initial 9 Cup over the Utah Falcons 19-14 back in 2019. Brittany Bushman has been at the helm for all of those championships. Can she complete a comeback here with her team down by 7? She's in shotgun. Fakes the handoff to McBay, instead gives to Yarborough. Dancing through the hole. Plowing her way down the right hash and all the way to the 42 for a gain of 8 on first down. Destiny Yarborough, game changer of the year in the WNFC this season. Over 100 yards on the ground in this game. She has been monstrous for the Spartans. 2nd down and 2 from the 42 of Mississippi. Bushman to put it in the air. Bushman over the middle. Liz Landry drops the football. Talk about putting it on her receiver. Bushman did that, but Landry drops it. It's third down.
You know, that would have been a perfect pass for Liz Landry to catch. She was right there, right at the helm of the ball.
You know, Odessa Jenkins has always said Liz Landry has been like Hines Ward with track speed. That time not able to be sure-handed, and it is third down and 2. Yarborough still in at running back. 6 in the box for Mississippi. Bushman gives it to Yarborough, slanting right. First down. Yarborough trying to keep her feet. She does with a stiff arm and a 5-yard pickup to the 37. And the chains move for Texas. 4:18 left in the fourth quarter, down 13-6 to Mississippi. The Panthers trying desperately to keep Texas out of the end zone and prevent the Spartans from having a chance to tie the game or possibly take the lead if they went for 2 or 3. Single wide receiver right is Jackson. Singled up on 1st and 10. Looking that way, the throw back to Jackson. And Jackson makes a contested catch and churns her way up the sideline for 6 yards to the 31. And a stoppage on the play as the Mississippi Panthers defensive back is down and hurting after trying to defend Maria Jackson.
We'd like to take a moment to recognize and thank the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation for their incredible support.
One of the most difficult players in the league to bring down in the open field. Those powerful legs. The All-Pro Jackson keeps the drive moving forward. 3:37 to play, and the clock stops here in the fourth quarter. Mississippi up by a 13-6 score on Texas. And we'll go ahead and step away momentarily for the injury.
Accelerate equity for women and girls through the power of football. Thank you for having our back and sharing our love for the game. To learn more and stay connected, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Threads, X, TikTok, and LinkedIn. The mission of the WNFC, we'd like to extend a special thank you to NFL alumni DFW. The NFL Alumni Association is dedicated to serving former players, their families, and communities through a variety of programs and initiatives. NFL Alumni DFW's support of the WNFC Championship weekend is a testament to their commitment to advancing the game of football and supporting the next generation of athletes. Their involvement not only enhances the experience.
Takira Mitchell having a tough time making it off the field. In fact, she'll be carried now. And Mitchell has an interception in this game, nearly brought it back to the house. And has played some great defense on the outside. And after the timeout due to injury, 3:37 left. Mississippi up on Texas, 13-6. Texas with a 2nd and 4. Give to Yarborough. She's met in the hole, fumbles the football, but Bushman is there. Excellent job by Alexandra Lukasevich to separate Yarborough from the football, force her to fumble. But thankfully for Texas, Brittany Bushman was there to recover the ball on the turf. That would not have sealed it for Mississippi, but it would have been close. Ball at the 34-yard line. That is a loss of a couple. 3rd down, 7 to go. Under 3 to play. Bushman out of the gun. Going to the air. Deep to the right side. It's caught. Maria Jackson for a 1st down. That Jackson and Bushman connection is unmatched. Down to the 26-yard line with 2.5 to play in regulation. And a player's down again, this time for Mississippi. Remember, these are 15-minute quarters today, and so these players just aren't used to playing this long. A game that is normally 48 minutes in the regular season. Well, we're getting into the 57th minute of action now, and I would imagine that that is wearing on some of these players' bodies. These are elite athletes, and their bodies kind of get used to, I would think, Tony, that length of the game, and you start to go longer, I'm sure it's going to take a toll.
Oh, yeah, it definitely takes a toll on your body. You know, I've had the privilege to be able to play the 15-minute quarters in college. In the 12-minute quarters, they really don't seem like there's a difference to me. But with people who are not used to playing those 15-minute quarters, it does take a toll on your body because your body's not used to going through that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it really does take a toll on your body. Your body starts to tire faster than it would when you're playing those 12-minute quarters.
That is Bookie Bradford coming out of the game. Charlicia Bradford, 5'7", 230-pound defensive lineman. So that's a couple starters now not in the game for Mississippi defensively as Texas tries to drive for the tying score. 2:27 left in the fourth quarter. Texas, the four-time defending champion, trailing by 7. Bushman handing off. Tara Thomas. She's cut down. Carla Odom slicing through for the 2-yard loss. Back to the 28.
You know, this Mississippi defense is really getting it after it with this Texas Elite Spartans team. We've only got 2 minutes left, but I don't think that the Texas Elite Spartans are going to be able to get points on the board if they continue being taken down by the Panthers, I'm sorry.
And a timeout is called by Texas, one of the 2 timeouts that the Spartans had left, and Odessa Jenkins, head coach, will talk about it with her team. 2:12 remaining in the fourth quarter, 13-6. The Mississippi Panthers lead the 2024 9 Cup. Here's a word from our sponsors.
This weekend, we're proud to partner with 3 incredible charitable organizations that are making a profound impact in our communities. Got Her Back, Play Like a Girl, and Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Got Her Back is dedicated to empowering and supporting young female athletes, providing resources and opportunities to help them pursue their dreams. As the official charity of the WNFC, their mission aligns perfectly with our own commitment to accelerating equity and success for women in sports. Play Like a Girl is an organization that inspires girls to dream big and pursue careers in STEM and sports. By encouraging young girls to stay active and engaged in athletics,
2:12 to play in regulation. 2:12 for the Texas Elite Spartans to try to make the comeback, or for the Mississippi Panthers to hold them out of the end zone. It's 2nd and 12 for the Spartans at the 27 of Mississippi. Brittany Bushman back to pass, looking right the whole way. Jackson turns for the football. And that ball thrown before she even came out of her break. She's down to the 19-yard line. And that leaves a 3rd down and 3 for Texas.
You know, this connection with Bushman and Jackson looking like it's getting a little dangerous right now. They're getting into that red zone, and they're trying to get into that end zone to get some points on the board before that 2-minute warning comes up.
And back in the game, Kamisha Andrew to play cornerback. Do you try a double move out there maybe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's 3rd down and 3 for Texas at the 19. They're back in the red zone. Bushman straight back to pass, looking right the whole way. Caught by Jackson again. Jackson just wearing out this defense. And Jackson drug out near the sideline at the 13, but it's enough for the 1st down with 1:35 left in regulation. And Texas down 13-6.
We just talked about how deadly that combination is. As long as they keep that chemistry going, they may actually be able to get into the end zone for Texas again.
Bushman looking to the sideline, trying to complete the comeback, possibly force OT. Bushman waiting, claps for the football, looking left the whole way, throws to the end zone through the hands of Liz Landry. Incomplete, 2nd down. And a buzz coming through the crowd here in Frisco. They know how close that was. A dime by Bushman.
It's been real mind-boggling that Liz has not been able to come up with a good pass all night, especially some that could have been major for the game to be able to change this game for the Spartans.
Can Mississippi turn away the defending 9 Cup champs? Timeout called by Mississippi. Panthers head coach Steven Jackson talks it over. That's his last timeout in regulation. 1:07 left. Will step away. The Mississippi Panthers up on Texas 13-6 with 1:07 left in regulation.
We'd like to take a moment to recognize and thank our official on-field apparel sponsor, Adidas. As a brand synonymous with performance, of their game. From the cutting-edge technology in their uniforms to the superior comfort of their gear, Adidas is a crucial part of what makes the WNFC the premier women's football league. So whether you're cheering from the stands or tuning in from home, know that Adidas stands with us, celebrating the dedication, passion, and talent of these incredible athletes. Through sport, we have the power to change lives.
Back to play with 1:07 left in regulation. Texas down 13-6. Ball at the 12. Second down. Here comes the blitz. Bushman rolls off her back foot, throwing up the middle. What a grab! She just trusts Maria Jackson with her life. An 8-yard gain down to the 4-yard line. It's 3rd and 2. 52 seconds left in regulation. Bushman back on the ball. Bushman going to the air. Fade. Miscommunication. It's incomplete. And a 4th and 2. It comes down to this from the 4-yard line.
This game is getting really, really crazy. Within the last 2 minutes, Bushman and Jackson has had some crazy, at least 3 or 4 crazy connections.
4th and 2 at the 4. This is for the championship. Mississippi holds them out. They're going to win. 2 receivers either way. Bushman ready. To the end zone. It's incomplete. Mississippi holds. The Panthers take over on downs. And the champs are going to be dethroned. Incredible. Brittany Bushman coming out of retirement to trying to lead her team to a 5th consecutive title, but to no avail. The Mississippi Panthers, their defense counted on all night to make plays with their backs against the wall, and they make one here with 39 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy turn of events. You think about, we talked about how they beat them in season. Now they've been the first team to beat them in season and in a championship game in the same season. It's crazy.
The only thing that could save Texas is a fumbled snap. But Regina Jackson, who has a 99-yard touchdown run and a 3-yard touchdown run in this game, is ready to take that short snap and kneel it down. Jackson, knee to the turf. There's 1 timeout left for Texas, and they're not spending it. Unbelievable. The Mississippi Panthers, the first team to knock off Texas in the regular season, 15-14. And in the championship game, the 9 Cup, they prove their supremacy, taking down the Texas Elite Spartans. They'll count it down in Frisco. There is a new champ of the WNFC, and it's the Mississippi Panthers.
It is so crazy to see how the champs have been dethroned. Texas Elite Champions 4 times in a row. The only team to ever beat them in the end season, and now they've been dethroned.
What a feeling for the Mississippi Panthers. They had to wait an extra 35 minutes or so tonight after a power outage before the game. In fact, we thought we were going to play the game in about a third of the lights we normally get. The lights came on just in the nick of time, and with the big lights on, the biggest of stages in women's tackle football, the Mississippi Panthers prove they're the best team in the WNFC in 2024.
Their head coach Jackson was right. The Texas Elite Spartans were not the only elite team in the WNFC, and they definitely proved that by being able to take home their first championship trophy.
The Panthers complete an undefeated season, 9-0. Regina Jackson, 2 touchdown runs in this game, including a 99-yarder we will never forget. And Mississippi is the champion in 2024. Congratulations to the Panthers. So, for Tony Harris and our entire crew, I'm John Little saying so long from Frisco. The Mississippi Panthers, 9 Cup champions, 13-6 over Texas.
Heading back to the studio, Alex and Craig, gentlemen. Craig, I'm sorry you didn't get your wishes, man.
Oh, it was already dialed up.
Buddy, it was ready to rock and roll on that part. Let's talk a little bit about the overall stats here. Just have a chance to chime in right here. We'll have the trophy presentation here. We're not going anywhere. It's not like it's 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time or anything. You know, I mean,
this is what we do.
Yeah, we do. Talk to me a little bit about your overall experience right now. You had a chance to see from part 1, week 1, all the way now to week 10. Go ahead. Alex, you're first.
Well, Mississippi started the year with that big win, and they never looked back. It was all Mississippi all year long from the very beginning. And when they took down Texas in week 3, it really turned a lot of heads. And I think, to Craig's point in the pregame, it turned Mississippi's heads, because until someone beats Texas, no one really thinks that anyone can beat Texas. And then
Right.
Mississippi goes and does it. And so then coming into this game, they had that confidence and that knowledge of, no, you know what, we actually can do this. We can get it done. And it was really impressive to see them do it in all phases of the game. But especially, I mean, you know what I'm going to say, the defense of Mississippi coming up so big. 5 trips to the red zone, and 4 times they turned away the Elite Spartans offensively. It can't be understated how impressive the effort was from the defense of the Panthers here in this one.
No, I definitely agree with you on that part. And I'm trying to adjust to all the sound. And it's so wonderful to hear the noise across the board here. You know, when you talk about the stats overall, Craig, what are you talking about with turnovers right now?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you had the 2 interceptions that Bushman threw, but the biggest turnover was the fumble when Texas, you know, was down 6 and they had a nice drive going, and it didn't look like Mississippi had any answer for their run game. And you get the fumble on the exchange. That's all it was. The ball pops out. Monique Lario fields it, and then it pops out of her hands. Carla Odom's able to recover it, and that right there was the biggest play in the game, because, you know, for being down 6-0, it felt like Texas still had the game, you know, within grasp. And then, you know, the last, 7.5 minutes of this game was just bizarre, because, you know, it felt like Texas had the ball for the entire 7 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the touchdown drive when they hit Howman on the little wheel route, you know, from 12 yards out. And then you just felt like Bushman and Jackson were going to will themselves to at least overtime. But like Alex said, Mississippi's defense in the red zone was elite. They did not give you anything. And, you know, I'm going to, you know, I know people are going to talk about, well, you had this pass and that pass. Yeah, but those were closed, you know, tight window throws. All right. It wasn't like it was a wide open drop down at the goal line. You know, Bushman dropped a dime. It just didn't end up being a touchdown for Texas. And, you know, you can't take anything away from Mississippi. They stood toe-to-toe with the defending champion, and they came out victorious. It was just a heck of a football game. I enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, and definitely so across the board. Even when you look at the stats, how much everybody's I'm listening to the announcement.
Carla Odom, very well deserved for Carla Odom, defensive player of the game. She had 9 tackles, a sack, and a fumble recovery. And at the fumble recovery that Coach mentioned, one of the biggest swings in the entire game. Very well deserved for Carla Odom on that one. And I believe, if we're not mistaken, I think that they had named Melise Brown the offensive player of the game right before that. And Regina Jackson, the league MVP, the game MVP, the best player in the league. I'm going to go ahead and say it. It's Regina Jackson has been a stalwart in this league for a long time, and 2024 finally is the year where it all comes together for RJ3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations across the board. Been a heck of a day here on Championship Sunday across a congratulations to the Panthers. Absolutely, just across the board, season-wise, 2024 in the books. Definitely a season to remember here live on Caffeine TV and on DAZN. Glad to have everybody with us here. So happy to bring you this broadcast. We're talking, it's been a long day. We started early on that part. When I say started early, we started early. And, 12 hours later, we're still rolling. And thank you so much for my crew on site. Thank you so much for the WNFC production committee and group. We got Bobby Bryant, Jennifer Colbert, Dorian Johnson, Joey Russo, and Robert Reed. And inside the studio, we got Cedric Pugh, Maya Barrett, myself, Bo McMichael, and my two wonderful announcers, Alex and Craig. Last thoughts before we get out of here and say, hey, we've had enough. Let's take a breather and get ready for 2025. Alex, your thought?
Well, you look at something like this with a brand new champion. Texas has been the only team that's ever won a 9 Cup, and now we have a new champion in Mississippi. And you might think that this is a changing of the guard, but 2025, watch out for the Texas Elite Spartans. They are not going anywhere.
No.
You've got a lot of teams that are becoming elite, but Texas is still going to be elite in 2025, but they are going to have a lot of competition at the top, as are the new champions, the Mississippi Panthers. They're going to have a target on their back, and if they thought it was tough going through the year undefeated now with being one of the top teams in the league, next year they're going to go through the league as the champs with everybody gunning for that top spot.
I can only imagine both of them being out of the Central, and you're going to add Chicago Wind to that mix. We haven't even really mentioned them on that part. I love to think about what the future holds for the WNFC. Craig, your last thoughts?
Yeah, I think the game was a kind of a microcosm of the whole year with the parity that we saw in the league. A lot of close games. The playoffs were electric. There were no real, blowouts of any shape or form. The league itself has grown. The introduction of Chicago will be a big, big deal. It'll be interesting to see how Seattle, San Diego,
Denver,
will Utah take a step back up into the upper echelon like they normally are? How does Mississippi handle the, winning the championship and being the top dog? And, and the redemption story for Texas hasn't been written yet, but I can guarantee you that they're already plotting the revenge right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see this as a matchup in Week 1.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We're going to get Texas, Mississippi will be the first game.
If that was a writing of the story, that'd be nice. Very rarely do we get to see that enjoyment that much. But hey, WNFC, great job. Hats off Caffeine TV. Hats off to DAZN. Hats off to all the supporters across the board. Thank you so much for being a part of this wonderful experience. Alex, Craig, the whole crew here on WNFC, we've had a wonderful year. All the productions across this great country of ours to bring you women's football in its finest. Alex, Craig, take care of yourselves out in this crazy world. And WNFC, be safe out there. We'll see you soon. And good night.
The mission of the WNFC is to accelerate equity for women and girls through the power of football. Thank you for having our back and sharing our love for the game. To learn more and stay connected, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Threads, X, TikTok, and LinkedIn. The mission of the WNFC is to accelerate equity for women and girls through the power of football. Thank you for having our back and sharing our love for the game. WNFC football is led by CEO Odessa Jenkins, President and COO Elizabeth Jenkins, Commissioner Janice Masters, Head of Officiating Desiree Abrams, CFO Kristen Davis, Creative Director Aaron Harville, Head of Coaching Development and Resources Cindy Butts-Hooten, and Head of Production Bo McMichael. Thank you to our front office, owners, general managers,